Today is Thursday, August 26th, 2021, and we will call the meeting to order at 5:33 p.m. and start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Agenda item number 2 are school committee member introductions.
Chair Podcast, Assistant Superintendent.
Bruce Damon, Ward 1.
Janet Bowden, Ward 2.
Madras Collins, my pronouns are he, him, Ward 3.
Jake Langley, Superintendent.
Megan Parks at large.
Tanya Whitlow, Ward 4.
Linnea Hawkins, Ward 5.
Ron Potvin, Ward 6. Paul Bopelant, Ward 7.
Luke Jensen, the City Council Representative.
Thank you. Agenda item number 3 is the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that members would like set aside? Seeing none, the consent agenda is adopted. Agenda item number 4 is public input. Members of the public may address the school committee for up to 3 minutes on non-agenda items now and on agenda items later. Comments that pertain to staff, personal matters, or a student issue should be directed to the superintendent or the appropriate staff member of Lewiston Public Schools. Public comments shall be directed to the school committee and be brief, not repetitive, and related to the matter at hand. Before starting, please state your name, address, and affiliation to Lewiston Public Schools. And as a reminder, this is for anything that's not on the agenda. So if you're here to speak on the superintendent's recommendations, the public comment will be held on that at that time. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on a non-agenda item? There is a hand raised online.
Beth, would you like to speak on something that's not on the agenda?
Beth, can you hear us? She disappeared. All right.
I think so. Yeah.
She's not on the list at all anymore. I think she disappeared. Well, we'll watch for the hand to come back up. Agenda item number 5 is to receive and approve information regarding pooled testing, and Superintendent Langlis will present.
So I'm actually glad there's a fair amount of people here tonight because this is something that we're hopeful to get approval to use. This is a monitoring strategy that schools are using around COVID, and the primary reason, I think there's 2 primary reasons. One is monitoring cases within our schools, and the second is with the provisions that have been put out by the Department of Education. If we pool test, or if your student is involved in pooled testing, it changes the rules for quarantines and allows us to monitor students instead of having to have them go home if they've been in a space that they're exposed. And so I thought the very best way to try to do this, especially with our meetings being recorded, was to give you an opportunity to hands-on see it, actually have a swab in your hand, see what it looks like. And without further ado, I'm actually just going to walk around and hand people a swab so they can see it. I'll explain the process a bit, but I don't know that you have to do all of it. But it's actually quite simple. And I have some bullet points I'd like to share, put up on the screen in case you want to view those while I'm doing this other piece, and give you some sense on pool testing. And Concentric is the company that we work with that has contracted with the state to provide these kits. They're pretty fluent in the process and how this works. They provide additional staff supports to run the test. We don't have our model completely nailed down. We have to get our students in. We have to get consent, which was confirmed by Concentra. So there'll be messaging going out to parents. And the reason I say that's been confirmed by Concentra was we didn't know if passive consent would be allowed and you could opt your student out. But because they're gathering samples and doing a lab test, they actually require consent from parents directly. A lot of that is electronic to help ease the pain and not use so many pieces of paper that have to be documented electronically anyway, in and out. So that would be helpful. But in essence, this one's on borrow. Ours are, from what I understand, in the mail, heading to each school. And they come in boxes, a big box full of small boxes like this. This box here is just full of swabs. And the swabs are individually wrapped, so they stay sanitized. And then you have these containers. They don't come in the box, they come separate, but it's part of the kit. And you take the container and you essentially, you can set it in a cup on someone's desk, in front of the classroom, or on a cart and work your way down a hallway. Depends on how we set it up, due to the size of our enrollments. And that just sits. There's alcohol swabs that come with the kit. The person facilitating should sanitize their hands, wipe the ice outside of the canister with the alcohol swab with a pair of gloves on. And then it literally sits. And then students will take swabs or be handed swabs. They're asked to sanitize their hands first. Literally go around so you can see one. Kind of pull them up, see how small they are. Part of the face, he's getting better, but it's still carrying on. Can you stand everyone in our office? You want to take this? So what happened for students? They've done this with students all the way down, what I say, pre-K and kindergarten with success. Kids have been able to do it without issues in other places in the country. And so what you'd be asked to do as a student is take that, you hand sanitize first. You'd get this, you open it up.
Because you're sharing your screen, I'm not sure that people at home can see what
Oh, good call. It's kind of far away. I wonder if it's worth bringing one up close so people can see it.
Here's to Andrea, she can hold it up in front of the camera.
Karen can take one. So Karen will walk over one close to the camera so people can see it. But it's shorter than my index finger for what it's worth. So for those of you who have been COVID tested, my first experience was rather unpleasant. I understand the necessity of that, especially early on in the pandemic. But it was very deep. And so the direction for the students is very different for that. And so you unwrap it. I can find the end. It's kind of like a Band-Aid. It's got that pull apart. And they've sanitized their hands first. And this is the swab. And then with that swab, they go in the lower end of their nostril. And they're supposed to do 4 circles around one, switch, do 4 circles around the other. And then they walk over to wherever this is. They drop it in. They sanitize their hands, they go back to their seat, they're ready for the day. This then, again, the person with gloves who's helping to facilitate this, puts the cap on. It goes in a bag and it goes back to a central location where they fill a box full of them in biohazard bags. We scan this label. Well, if I tip it, I'll drop it. We scan the label, the barcode on the box that comes prepared, ready to roll, and it triggers things and it gets shipped out. We have results. They estimate in around a 12 to 48 hour window, depending on when the pickup was. And when we get results, we know where that sample came from. So hypothetically, if we did it here and it came back positive, which I will note the recent data that they produced, it was about 1 out of every 138 or so samples. So this isn't rampant positives, but you can monitor to catch on to one early or an asymptomatic one that could exist. So with that, if hypothetically I tested positive, but nobody knew. The next step is that we Binext Now, which is another form of test, individually, all the people in that pooled sample. No one has to go home from school until we can facilitate that process. If we find a positive, obviously that person will have to quarantine. Those participating in the pooled testing can remain in school at that point, and then we have monitoring protocols for that group of students. This would happen weekly. And the thinking behind what we do know about the virus is if you do this weekly, that monitoring strategy will prevent something going 10, 14 days undetected that could create the outbreaks that we sometimes see in other places. So this is a mitigation strategy to have more information than we've had in the past. And to be frank, my goal is to keep kids in school. The rules allow for you to stay in school if you've been pool testing, and I do think the data is valuable to have, so we know locally on the ground what information is happening within our schools. The requirement for this beyond parent permission is that we have at least 30% of our student population. If we're under 30%, that threshold for validity goes away. And the thinking behind that is if less than 30% of kids are testing, it means you could miss areas of the school where spread could be occurring without you having the ability to monitor it in that short window. And so the intention behind this, between the rules that have been issued by the state, the ability to have quick data that is specific to our schools, I think this is a good option, and I'm hopeful to get school committee support to carry out this process. Some other questions that have come up, well, who does this? And I was thinking of years ago when the computers were down when I was in the classroom, and who got that slip for attendance back to the office or back to whoever needed it. And we found a way. We sent a student. We had students that were of age, and there are some provisions within the plan from the company to allow 18 or older students run things to handle them. It can be a staff, it can be a teacher, it can be runners. We can use carts in a hallway. There's all kinds of ways to do this. This won't be up and running the first day of school. We need to know who's going to be in the building. We need to have some time to get some permissions, set up some logistics. Concentric will also send us what they call site coordinators, and they will help us facilitate the pool testing on our site, so it's not just our staff trying to do all of the work, which I think is helpful. Trying to think of any other question we have. I'm going to go back to my screen share and show you some of the things because I took them right from the training and the site that we worked with to do this. So just some notes, and again, these are directly from them. Testing an entire class takes just minutes with pool testing, so students and teachers can get back to learning. In these canisters, you can put up to 25 samples. So if a room was bigger than that for whatever reason, we could just give them 2 canisters and where they could facilitate it. If it's smaller than that, I don't see the need to blend them. We would just have a smaller amount in the sample, but you need to have at least 5. All parents and guardians all they have to do is fill out a consent form. And again, a lot of that is electronic, so we can push that out to you and you can agree to it. And they use terms like our self-swab test is so easy. A kindergartner can do it. And obviously the short swabs, it's why I wanted to show you, because I think the first image is people's experience, and this is very different than at least what I lived. And they're not brain ticklers, and their phrase is, if you could pick your nose, you can take this test. And some of the terminology they use for recommendations for young children are essentially, if you can find a booger, you can take this test. And again, if the result is negative, the language is unlikely anyone is infected. There's no guarantees here. But if the result is positive, we have strategies to take next steps to prevent further outbreak. And also help students, teachers get back to school with a peace of mind. One of the anxieties that exists in our schools, both for families, students, and our staff, are the unknown. And that fear of the unknown can be overwhelming at times, especially if you see that student with a sniffle and you're just wondering if they should even be there. But that can happen. And the reality is, we're talking about, in many cases, these are pretty young children. They get snotty at times. They get covered in dirt at recess. There's things that happen because they're kids and we want them to be kids. But I think it can leave people wondering. And this bit of information on a regular basis, a regular cycle, if approved, and we're able to get enough of a participation rate, it provides a layer of reassurance that at least we're monitoring on a regular basis so we have real data that's relevant to our particular schools. One other bullet that I wanted to put in here, but I kept it to theirs, is that in our county, because we're such a large school district, or in our immediate area and this side of Androscoggin County, if we pool test, we may become one of the largest data sets that can be used to inform the next steps for schools in our community in general. I think that's a good thing. And so I wanted to share the demonstration of the process, which I did. And there's a short video from Concentric, but I feel like the demo kind of got to it. And the video talks about the administration of it. And if you go to concentric.com, you can find schools, and there's information there for parents, there's information there for schools. And either schools or parents, if you scroll down just a little bit beyond the first page that pops up, you can see a link to the YouTube video if you'd like to watch a demonstration. It actually shows children doing it and dropping it in the canister just like I demonstrated. So with that, I would take any questions that anyone has.
Any committee members? Ms. Whitlow?
So if you do a pool test, one comes back positive, and you mentioned that then each individual student, teacher, whoever's in that, will test again. Will they be sending that out to get tested, or is it internal? And because you had mentioned that nobody would miss school until that came back.
Yeah, it's a great question. I should have mentioned that. While you're waiting for the test, nobody has to go home because you have to verify. But in the interim, we use the BinaxNOW Now test, which can be administered on site, and they take about 15 or 20 minutes to get a result. And the state is considering that to be valid enough to identify a positive or not. I should also mention that the sampling that goes out, it's the PCR test that they're doing, which is considered to be a lot more reliable than others. And the thinking is if it exists in a pooled sample and a PCR test, you'll pick up on it with the Binax. But it is a quick test that we can administer on site. Had a meeting with nurses this week actually to make sure we have enough supply, and also contingency plan where we can use a floater nurse to cover a specific site and or go to other sites to help facilitate that testing if need be. And Karen and I even said that if this is what it takes to stay in school, we'll go try to help facilitate different pieces. So we want to make sure we can facilitate it if it's approved.
Any other questions with committee members? Ms. Bowden?
So I know that Acadia Academy last year did this pool testing in their facility. Were you able to talk to them at all and see what percentage of the kids participated and if it was successful in preventing outbreaks?
I didn't talk to them directly. I would say anecdotally from what I've heard was their positivity rates were very minimal, and they didn't. I don't know of any outbreaks that happened at Acadia, and I know they did this over the summer, I believe, maybe late spring. We did talk to Lisbon, who's been doing this since the spring, and also Poland, who's been doing this all summer. And they said that working with the company has been very good. They haven't found a lot of positives. Actually, Karen, do you recall if they had any over the summer? Yeah, there were actually none reported over the summer using the pool testing, but they did find it easy to facilitate.
Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. How long would it take approximately, like a class of 20 students to do the test?
I think once a routine's established, I think you can do this in less than 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I guess kind of goes to my next question. I was just going to ask, and you probably already have this in mind, about how it would affect the daily schedules of schools and what it might interfere with, because schedules can be pretty packed as is, and getting support's not always easy. So as long as you have that in mind too, then all set. Thanks.
Yeah, I will add though to that point that we don't have those schedules nailed down yet because we have to figure out what percentage of kids have opted in. We need Concentric on site to help us facilitate it, so it's not an overload of work for our folks. And one of the things they said to us when we were on the phone with them, Karen and I, was that we may not know how many site based coordinators we need, but they can help us build the schedule. So once we have that percentage of students, they might come to Connors first thing in the morning, and they'll go to the high school, but be there for the start of their second block on purpose. So it's the start of that class. And then do the work they need to do, and then they might go over to Geiger and do it after lunches at whatever time makes sense for the start of their class. And that might be it for that day. And then the next day it's different schools. So we don't know that just yet, but we will be looking for ways to schedule that so it doesn't cause interruption. I don't want students to be pool testing in class right in the middle of class. That, to me, that's not a good use of it. But I do see it happening at the beginning or the end, trying to be smart about when we schedule those so that we can minimize any disruptions. The key is it needs to be consistent, because you want to be pool testing that same group of kids each week. And so we know who, and that is being monitored week to week.
Member Madras Collins?
So on Monday, you had raised the issue of the passive versus active consent. It sounds like the company settled that for us. So you're looking for an approval on this just for us to do it? Is that pretty much what this is?
Yeah, I wanted to make sure it went to a vote and give the public obviously a chance to have input. But I did put it to a vote here. Well, I will also say it's included in the reopening proposal, but we can certainly keep that in if it's approved as an independent item. But I just want to make sure it's demonstrated so people knew what this thing was.
Yes, go ahead.
I imagine that you'll want to kick it to public comment for a minute, but so we have a motion on the floor, I move to approve it as recommended.
Second.
Right. I have a couple of questions and then I'll open. I have just a few questions. So obviously I'm glad we moved from passive consent to informed consent. That was a concern for me. And I'm glad that it's optional. Let's say it's like first period on Monday, that's the group that's going to be tested. Obviously not every kid in that class is going to participate. How do you keep track of, is somebody going to take a list of the kids that do participate so that when it comes back, we're not forcing kids who didn't participate originally in BINEX testing, the secondary tests? And the reverse of that is if you take that same group of kids and you get a positive in only the kids that pool tested, when you do the secondary BINEX testing, are you going to also test the kids that did not participate in the pool testing because they could potentially be exposed as well?
So I'll do my best to answer that. So we would BINEX test the students who we have permission to do so with. Now, if you miss a pool test, so in that hypothetical scenario, you were out of school Monday for whatever reason, but you were there Wednesday and we got the results back and we wanted to do the BINEX to follow up as we should as part of our protocol. We would still offer that BINEX test to the student who was out because it's still part of the sampling. And if we keep it consistent, we would allow to at least test that student so they would be aware. Where we can get in trouble is the student who chooses or their parents choose not to participate. All of the quarantine rules change. And so if I was in this test sample, to use myself, and I just chose I'm not participating in this, if that comes back as a positive in that classroom, I'm considered a close contact and it defaults to the rules that are very similar to last year. They're not identical, and there's many different variations of that we're trying to master. So when we're ready for when school starts, but there are very specific rules around if you're not participating. There is much more potential for quarantine, and because of that, it's kind of a spider web from there. It deviates from masking, unmasking, vaccinated, unvaccinated, symptoms, no symptoms. There's a whole slew of things. And so I'm not trying to keep it too simple, but really if you're pool testing and we can monitor that, your chance of staying in school, even if you were in a room that had an exposure from a contact tracing perspective, is very real versus if you're not, we don't have the option. You may not have picked it up. You may not have been. It was kind of like last year when we did contact tracing. A lot of students went home and were not able to participate in the hybrid days if that's what they were doing, who didn't contract the virus, who didn't have symptoms, but they still had to go home. Those are the rules that we were going to follow and intend to do so again this year. was a long-winded way of saying, if you don't participate in the pool test, the rules are different for quarantine as a close contact. If you do pool test, you can be tested to follow up. If you're part of the pool, but you weren't there for the test, we can still test to, again, eliminate that as a potential exposure, future exposure.
So the consent will be for both pool testing and Binax testing?
Yes, that would be our plan. Yeah.
And so the student who has opted out of the pool testing, if there's a positive in that pool test, very likely the student who did not participate will still have to quarantine. And if that is the case, and their parents take them somewhere else to get a test that comes back negative, would they be able to return to school, or will they be out for the full quarantine period?
It's my understanding that you can't test out of quarantine, but again, it's a bit of a spider web, so I'd have to check it.
Isn't the Binax test, though, they're testing out of quarantine? What if the parent wants to have a Binax test somewhere else rather than at school?
So that's not considered monitoring, I believe, as defined by the state's language. And I do want to say publicly, and this has been a challenge for me, and I'm just saying it out loud, we've already had some situations pop up. One with an athletic team, one with a teacher who was unvaccinated outside of work, one with a teacher situation that is vaccinated outside of work, and the rules were different for all three of those scenarios because they're not school-specific scenarios, they're community-based scenarios, but we still have to follow up. But the rules have shifted a bit during the month and been published recently and may shift again. So we constantly watch for that so we can make sure we're following the rules.
I have two more questions that are going to be quick, I think. And teachers will be participating in the pool testing as well, as long as they opt into it?
They would have to opt in, yes.
And will students who present with symptoms be rapid tested, or will they be sent home?
So it varies. If students have symptoms, the first step is they should not be at school because they symptom screen.
But we know the reality.
We do know the reality, and I know if teachers are picking up on symptoms, they're going to engage the nurse, and students are going to be asked to go home out of that area of extra precaution. But I don't know. The rules may vary on vaccinated, unvaccinated, of course, under 12. That has its own set of rules. So is that?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Bowden?
I just want to clarify. So vaccination status for our kids does not matter as long as they're participating in pooled testing as far as quarantine goes. Do I need to reword that?
No.
Okay, you understand.
You don't need to rework it. These changed on the 12th, and we had some things known on the 5th, and then they changed. So please don't quote me for accuracy because these rules, one, they've changed, and we're not in school, so we haven't been in the routine yet. And that two, they might change again before school begins. And vaccination status does matter in what they call this area of exceptions. Those are the ones that I had mentioned last time, and we kind of went through some of them, but all of these situations have some gray area. And then we have some situations like with our athletic team that didn't fall in any criteria. And that's what the CDC calls a unique situation. And there's a 1-800 number that we have to call and tell them what we know. And then they tell us back what we need to do. But vaccination is one of so there's 4 exceptions. One is you've had it within the last 90 days, in which case we will ask you to demonstrate that, both staff and students. For that 90-day window. And I bring that up because last year we had a case that landed at 89 days and one at 91, and we had to validate those. One is you're vaccinated, one is pool testing, and one is mask wearing, but the mask wearing has a couple of caveats at the bottom, but they land as ors, not ands. So it's all 4 of those things, and depending on one, you go to an or.
So
I say it's complicated.
And yeah, it sounds complicated. So I have a scenario. So say there's a student in a 7th grade classroom at Lewiston Middle School. There's a positive somewhere in the pool testing. Does that child who's not vaccinated need to quarantine, or is that child good to stay in the classroom once they do the second round of testing?
Not vaccinated, but is participating in pool or not?
Yeah.
Okay, so vaccination status, if you're participating in pool testing, is one of those exceptions. So vaccination status can help you, but the pool testing covers you, if that makes
So
sense.
it covers you so that child wouldn't have to quarantine. That was my original, like,
Yes,
line of thinking.
unless
Okay.
they are B positive.
Well, yes, unless
Yeah,
they're the
no.
one that's positive.
But it's a fair question, and to me, this is why I'm pushing for the pool testing, because if we all pool test and one person was positive, everybody gets to go back to school the next day. No need to go home for those 10 days, or 14 days, depending on the situation. I'll go there later, I hope. But that's the standard operating procedure with those 4 exceptions. yes.
So I'm sorry, one more real quick. So let's say that unvaccinated student was not masked. We were in a low transmission. It was optional at that time. The student was not masked. Is that student still good to stay in school if they pinpoint that it's not them?
And they are pool testing?
Mhm.
Yes, it'd be an exception.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Beaumont.
Thank you, Chairperson Parks. Superintendent, what is the cost attached to this and how is it being paid for?
State funded through the Americans Relief Package.
Okay, do we have an approximate cost or is that not a real
I-
concern because it's
yeah,
someone else is
I-
paying for it?
Yeah, no, because I know that ultimately we are paying for it. I believe I remember seeing at one point in time that it was $6 per student. Per student.
Thank you.
Any other board discussion before I open it up to the public? Nope. So if you would like to speak specifically on the pool testing, you can approach the podium and the same requirements apply that I read before for public input. Keep it brief, related to the matter at hand, and start with stating your name, address, and affiliation to Lewiston Public Schools. And I'll have a 3-minute timer going. I really hate interrupting people, but when it's at 2 minutes and 30 seconds, I'll just say time to let you know that you have 30 seconds remaining. So whoever would like to approach the podium can do so. Got to go to the podium. And push the button to turn the red, the face button to turn the red button on. Yeah.
And while, oh, sorry, just real quick, if I could, it's the exceptions that I keep referring to are on page 5 of what they call the SOP, or the standard operating procedure. So if you as a parent or guardian are curious about what are these exceptions and want to run some scenarios, or if something happens and you feel like the scenario wasn't run properly because of your student's particular situation, right now we're referring to the August 12th version of the standard operating procedure, and those exceptions are on page 5.
Go ahead.
So I just guess my only question is, are we going to talk about the masks after?
Yes.
Okay, so the pool testing, my one thing is,
Oh,
Where?
can you start with your name, please?
oh,
Sorry.
Jamie, Lewiston resident, 2 kids, one just graduated last year, had a senior year rip from him due to this crap. And then my son is going to be a senior this year. My question is where are the connections with the school? You want all kids to be tested? Where is the separation between school and medical? Okay, if this is such a huge pandemic and everybody's frightened by it and everything else, why is there not medical people here taking these tests? Why are you going to allow the children to take a test that comes from China? And 30% of those tests, that's where they come from. The masks, this, that, and the other thing. And I'm not sure, does everybody educate themselves is my question. I'm all over the place here. I'm really irritated right now. This is very concerning to me that the school wants to actually butt in and think that they have the rights and the responsibility to have any disregard other than educating our children and separating them from medical. It makes no sense. I just don't see where this is the school's responsibility. So now you're going to have the vaccinated and unvaccinated. So now the kids not only ruined their masks, this, that, the other thing, not only the mental part, which I'll speak about that after, but the testing. So now you're going to separate the kids, which is going to put them in a position to be singled out, which is the one thing is that really what we need to add to this? Now they're going to be singled out. So you're going to do it in the beginning in the afternoon. And you said yourself that we're not going to pull them out of school. So why are you going to do it? And why is it the school's responsibility to think that they need to test our children? If the kids are sick, whatever happened to my 18 years of my life, I'm 43. If I was sick, I stayed home. You guys are not a daycare center. You guys are here to teach our children, not be medical facilitators with this bull crap. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you.
Hi there, good evening. My name is Nicola Chin, and I am in Ward 2. My kids are in pre-K and kindergarten at Montella School. First, I want to say how impressed I was with the level of thoughtful questions, respectful planning, and curiosity engagement that I'm seeing here tonight. And I appreciate the intention you all are putting to keep our kids safe. I and my neighbors here tonight, which are quite a few, support this because this is about making the best decisions for our kids and keeping our kids safe. And I really appreciate the thoughtfulness that you're bringing to the table to keep all of our kids safe. The proposals that you're putting on the table aren't just for keeping my kids safe. This isn't just about protecting kids who get the vaccine. This is about protecting all kids of all different statuses. And I appreciate that intention that you're bringing to the table because it really is all of our responsibility to take care of each other. So thank you for helping us take care of each other. Good night.
Thank you.
My question's actually really simple. My name's Nick Danforth. I'm from Lewiston and I have 3 children, 2 that attend Lewiston School. This testing to me seems like there's a lot of unknowns, gray area as you call it. Well, the biggest gray area for me would be, let's say you test children at school and my child's in that class that you test. And then you say it takes what, 24 to 48 hours to get a test result back. Is my kid supposed to live in a bubble for the 24 to 48 hours to ensure, listen, we have, how now in the 24 to 48 hours you're waiting for the test, how many things do you think he's picked up, dropped, put in his mouth, eaten? How many people do you think he's come in contact with? How many times has he been to Walmart or any other big store that's never been shut down? Now he comes back to school. So guess what that test is? Null and void. It doesn't make any sense because guess what? He could come back infected and the next time you test, you still don't know. It makes zero sense because that would be like testing your pool water, waiting for your results to come in the mail. In the meantime, let the dog swim in it and then going back after you get test results and say, oh, wow, it's clear. I can swim in it. 0 sense. Can someone please explain to me the fact that you test, wait for results, and then take action when the kids are being kids? The whole 24 to 48 hours, at least in my house.
Would you like to respond? Okay.
I don't disagree with much of what you're saying, but I guess there's a couple caveats for me. The first one is we've never had more relevant data about the population of students we have before us in our schools. Because I don't know where this thing is headed. I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can. And the thinking behind symptom monitoring is, and I'll agree with you, if that student's not feeling well, we want them to stay home. So they actually, if they're not feeling well, shouldn't be available for the pool test. But the pool test will pick up, again, it's likely to pick up on students who have no idea that they're carrying it or that it's incubating and they could potentially spread it. So yes, I don't disagree with some of the things you're saying.
And that's great, but can you answer my question? Give me an answer to the question that I asked. Please.
Could you restate the question?
The question was, what sense in science, since we love to follow this so much, does it take and make to test a group, a control group in this situation, because my sons are being data sets, as you said yourself. So what sense does it make to test a control group, wait 24 to 48 hours for results, and then just let the control group free roam wherever they could be getting sick in the meantime while you wait for results? Because my logical thinking mind means they could have got sick.
So can I answer your question or
you haven't? Go ahead. I'd love to. What sense does it make? Tell me that.
The sense is that we have come to learn through science that there's asymptomatic spread of this. And so that gives us a data set to target or find that asymptomatic situation for the student that doesn't know they're sick.
So
It also allows, so in the same scenario that you that you posed, the 24 to 48 hours that they're waiting, yes, that kid is continuing to get exposed or expose others in
Correct.
that meantime. But with no testing, that same kid is also continuing to expose people, and then we're never going to find it if they're never tested.
Okay,
So
well,
then that creates more spread.
if
So
you're
the testing
testing
at
it,
least catches it at some point rather than not catching it at all.
Okay. If you're testing a control group, my kids won't be tested. Okay? How can you assure, since my kid won't be tested, that he didn't pick up something with a 0.2% chance of death and bring it back in the meantime? You're treating the children like little lab rats with testing. And I speak hypothetically because if this was any other scenario, if this was a lab or it said John Hopkins on the front door, this would be called an experiment, okay? So how much sense does it make to test your children, send them out into the free world that you're so scared of, and then bring them back and then rely on the test results?
Thank you.
No answer?
So I should have said this from the
I don't
start
think
and I
so.
didn't.
Thank you.
Generally, we don't have a question and answer. Generally, public comment does not consist of question and answer. It's just for the public to speak to us, and we don't normally respond, which is why I asked Superintendent Langlis if he wanted to respond. Normally, there is not a back and forth. So we did that as an exception, but normally we do not do a back and forth with the public. We just hear what you would like to tell us. Thank you.
But you don't say.
Yes.
And just, I guess, we know this is a hot topic, obviously. And I think that when we think about the pool testing, because there's going to be points and counterpoints throughout the entire evening. And I'll be honest, from my chair, I've been listening. I've been reading messages and I've listened to the points and counterpoints. What I don't want to be is wrong. Not with your kids' lives. And so I think the things that we're trying to put in place, I read about the science. I'm pretty familiar with the science. I think to be able to monitor is helpful. And that's what I believe, and that's part of my recommendation. I do think the ability to monitor is helpful. But I would not disagree with the last speaker. I apologize if I didn't catch your name. But there are some inconsistencies. But I don't want to be wrong with your children's lives, or the sickness, or things we don't know about.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Monique Landry. I'm from Lewiston, and I work at Lewiston High School. I'm an ed tech, and I have a question, and I apologize. You may have actually answered it, but I'm hard of hearing, so you might be answering something you've already talked about. But as far as, is the nurse going to be the site coordinator? Are you going to need to hire people? Do you even know? Just curious, that's all.
Great question. The site coordinator is facilitated and helped through the organization that provides the testing. And so it's additional staff.
So it's not a nurse then?
I'm not saying the nurse won't be involved. But
You're not sure? Yeah, okay.
Well, no, I'm sure that Concentric will send us staff to help facilitate
Okay.
of the work, because it's an additional piece,
Mhm.
mostly for the scanning, getting it to because you have to scan to make sure you have, you know where the sample came from. So some of that piece, and then also just making sure it's in the box, right, and hitting send. So they'll help facilitate that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So it's read, it's on, right?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Juanita Ains. My son is a junior at the Lewiston High School in the special ed program. He's looking forward to coming back to regular school, having regular days, being able to see people's faces. And he struggled. He does not like learning online. So I think that this monitoring system is going to be a godsend because he missed so much school because he was a close contact. He missed 4 months of school last year because it was a close contact in a self-contained classroom. So thank you, Superintendent Langlis, for researching this, finding it. My son will be participating in the program. I fully support it because I want my son in school not homeschooled, because they need to be back and being normal children again, not living in fear of a virus. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Julie LaPlante and I live in the Montello School District. And I do have a question, but just a couple of points that I do want to make. I worked in the medical field. I was non-clinical, but I did hear stories of texts from the techs and some of the nursing staff and doctors that of how this was affecting the patients that they were seeing. We actually had a tech that I worked with that I think was the grandmother got it and then the daughter, and it just, none of them had symptoms. And it went around the whole house. So the atypical cases are out there. I just don't think we hear about them as often. I personally, I like the pooling. I have a couple questions. You know, I'm for it. I need to protect myself, my parents. My sister was in a major car accident. She couldn't even have afforded to get a cold after her accident. So for her to get COVID right now, she's due to have, I think, her 8th or 9th surgery. And she can't afford to get COVID. So I haven't seen her in a year and a half. As far as the pooling testing, my question is, how many groups of pooling are you doing within one school at one time? And then how does the switching of classes affect? Because my son's a senior at the high school and he's not with just one group of kids all day like my daughter in 5th grade at Montello.
I think those are great questions. So I guess the first layer to my answer is that the pool testing will be offered to all kids for those who have opted in on that day that we do it at that school. And if for some reason we have to split the day because of facilitation, we will, but we'll be consistent with those who wish to pool test. We'll be consistent with that week to week. And so one example might be for your student who is at the high school, it might be the start of the day. They might hear announcements, do their pool test. They might do their pool test during announcement. And that's it. That's their snapshot. They don't do it every block of the day. But I would also say that the nature of the school this year, which is different than last year, I think is important. Last year, we did potting wherever we could. So kids weren't crossing over. Kids weren't mixing as much as they typically would at all of our schools. That's not happening this year. So now when the bell rings, particularly at the high school, last year with potting and controlled release times, you could have, 100 kids in the hall, maybe 2. This year, you might have 1,500 people hit the hallway. And so the monitoring of that consistent group, because there is exposure to other people, the monitoring weekly and that consistent repetitive controlled sample is critical. But I want to remind people too, last year when we had some quarantine situations or what have you, we had, I don't have a number in my head to share with you, but I would say between a third and half of our students actually in our school, because we had people online and we had split the other 2 groups into 2 different respective cohorts. So they didn't cross over. So when you go from a third of that 1,500, likely at the high school, because a lot of kids chose remote, or didn't engage in school. And I know stories of people who had COVID run through their house as a positive last fall. And because of the rules on quarantine, there were some people that spent a month in quarantine at their home because 8 days later, somebody else got it. And then 8 days later, somebody else got it. So it started to build up. Some of those families chose not to do school last year because they had missed so much, they didn't even know what was going on. But we're talking at full capacity. It's a lot of bodies in our spaces, and they will move and they will cross over, especially at the high school level because of the nature of how classes match pathways. So for instance, your math class is not going to be with the same cohort of kids. It could be with kids from any place in the school, especially sophomore year and beyond, and electives. Where last year we had a really controlled group around that, and spacing. which with pool testing allows us to not be so strict on spacing, which for us is really, really important.
Okay, my last point that I would like to make is, as parents, we're also expected to teach our kids about hygiene. And I think this all plays into the pooling and this whole thing in general. Just a reminder of hand sanitizer. It will make a difference. What you touch, what you don't touch, whether you're at stores, how often you use the hand sanitizer, I think is an important factor to think about. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? It doesn't, okay. So I'm Kristen Cloutier and I live in Lewiston, and my daughter was a student at Farwell and will be going to the middle school this year. And somebody had asked whether we did our research, and I happen to be someone that does my research pretty well in preparation for situations like this, because I think that being prepared seems to be a good idea when you're dealing with a pandemic that nobody has any experience with and nobody knows how to predict. And so here are some things that I've learned. One is that nationwide, between August 5th and August 12th, about 121,000 children tested positive for COVID-19. And that's according to the American Academy of Pediatrics and the Children's Hospital Association. That's a 23% increase over the prior week. So the numbers are going up for kids contracting COVID-19. Although children are much less likely than adults to get seriously ill from COVID-19, pediatricians are reporting that more children are being hospitalized with the coronavirus than at any other point during the pandemic. Across the country, hospital isolation unit beds are filling up with children who are sick. And as kids go back to school, doctors fear things could get worse, especially since the vaccine is not currently authorized for kids under 12. So pool testing kids and knowing whether or not they are positive is important for the health of every single other child in that school system. Outbreaks are happening right here in Maine, and we've seen that at schools in Aroostook County. We've had situations here with our own sports teams. That school in Aroostook County became the first state to switch to remote learning after 3 days in the classroom. So if you want kids in person in school this year, then you need to take precautions to get them there and to make that happen. It's not just wave a magic wand and expect things to be magically better. The Delta variant, very contagious, even in those that have received the vaccine. And while the vaccine is effective at preventing severe disease, hospitalization, and death, it is not effective in preventing actual breakthrough infection or the ability to infect others. So it's vital to continue the use of all the familiar methods of decreasing transmission, and that includes masking, it includes health screenings, it includes social distancing, aeration, hand hygiene, testing. Ultimately, it is a package of interventions and preventions that makes the most difference. There is no one silver bullet. And the decisions that you're making today, don't just affect our kids. Vaccinated parents are catching COVID-19 because their school-age children are bringing the virus home from school. And a sick child's quarantine and the rest of the family's subsequent isolation often require both parents to juggle work and childcare. So having kids out of school because they've become sick, because they've brought this illness home to their parents, we're not just talking about kids. If we want kids in school full time, then we need to take precautions. And for better or for worse, that decision lies with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Kristen.
Hi, my name is Margaret Shaver, and I am a citizen of Lewiston. My question, I guess, is even with the PCR test, do you know who Carey Mellis is? Do you know who created the PCR test? He created the PCR test and he said, run enough cycles, anybody can be tested positive for anything. It'll show up positive for whatever, because if you run it enough cycles, you'll find something, whatever you're looking for. So that's my first concern is with the PCR test. Also, I just feel like children, they're really not getting that sick with COVID. Yes, I know that there are some that go to the hospital and whatever, but we can use things, natural things to boost our own immunities, and that's what we should all be focused on, in my humble opinion. I just want to give a little quote from Benjamin Franklin, who said, "Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." And I think that's something we really need to keep in mind, that we're making choices for other people and not letting them make the choices for themselves. I don't mind if other people want to get the test, but I don't like having it forced on my child. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jay Rich, ELL and teacher at McMahon, and I'm also the GR chair for the LEA. First of all, thank you all. I've been in contact with a lot of you guys this week, going back and forth on email. I appreciate all the time and effort that you've put into this. Superintendent Langlis, I'm sure that you've worked tirelessly, so thank you very much. And I appreciate that you have listened to the feedback and that we have this forum. So this summer, I substituted at Acadia Academy, where they had the pool testing. I was a homeroom teacher just this summer, and it was very easy and quick. When the nurse came in with, they also had a coordinator come in. The kids knew who they were. They hopped up, they tested, they cleaned their hands, they put it back, it was fine. And they usually did it during our math block, and it wasn't a big deal. Kids would just pop up, they do it and go. And I understand that it seems like that might have been a bigger interruption than it was, but kids are really kind of used to a lot of interruptions. Like there's going to be something on the loudspeaker, we can't go outside to recess, or somebody walks in the door. And so it's not like this would be a huge interruption, and it really wasn't. We were able to go all summer long, and they went 5 days a week last year as well. And I know that's all what we want here. We want our kids in school. And this is not something being forced upon us, as Superintendent Langlis put in his intro to pool testing. Parents do have to consent. So it's not something blind where if you don't opt out of it, then your kids are going to be enrolled. So I think that that's really helpful as well. I'm happy to answer any questions on how it went with pool testing this summer. I thought it was really quick and easy. So I think it might be good here at Lewiston, especially with our huge schools that we have. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Allison Avery. I am the computer science teacher at the middle school and also the LEA vice president. I know I've sent you all emails with my feelings, my own personal feelings, not the stance of LEA. This again is another personal story. This past spring, one of my friends, 29-year-old healthy person, went to Quick Care because she was having cold symptoms. She had a stuffy nose and a sore throat. She tested positive for COVID. She was in the ICU 3 days later. She fought for 5 weeks. She was on a ventilator. Her family could not attend her bedside. Her parents could not say goodbye to her. She passed away June 1st of this year. We all know that parents send their kids to school with a stuffy nose. We know that. Teachers come to school with a stuffy nose because it's way harder to make sub plans than to just stick it out for the day. I've been guilty of this. There have been days that I should not have come to school. There are students with snot running down their faces. They're coughing on their peers. They're throwing up in my trash can. These kids were clearly sick when they left the house this morning. They still get sent. So this is one way that we can determine, okay, is this child suffering from allergies or seasonal cold, or is it COVID? We can get them the medical help that they need in order to possibly survive this. We also don't know the long-term effects of this on children. There have been discussions of long-term lung issues, long-term brain damage. Is that something that we are willing to chance for our student population? And again, this is an optional thing that parents can sign up for. We are not forcing you to do anything. The government already mandates so many things for safety. Seatbelts, stop signs, stoplights. These are all things that are in our daily lives that we just go with. I don't know many people who just blow through a stop sign.
30 seconds.
Like, that can affect you and another person. You could kill somebody. This is just like that. COVID will kill somebody. And hopefully you don't know that person. But I can tell you from my experience, it is traumatic. When you are just texting the nurse at the hospital for updates because no one can go see them. If you are a COVID patient, you are not allowed to have any visitors. You are not allowed that closure with that family member. They are not allowed to go see their family. The last words that her dad spoke with her, she said, "I was scared. I am scared of dying." He told her that she would be okay because that's what a parent does. She passed away a week and a half later. Please take that into consideration. If we can save one family from that, it's worth it.
Thank you, Allison.
Thank you.
My name is Ron. I obviously live in Lewiston. I have a son that will be a sophomore at Lewiston High School this year. I agree with the first speaker. The public school system has no place in it to take care of medical issues. I am the sixth person that took this into their hand. You guys don't know what you're doing, okay? You passed it around this room, everybody touched it. People with masks even touched it, okay? You don't know what you're doing. You're a public school. Stay out of it. This room is filled with hypocrites. You want masks? You want testing? You got people with masks pulling their chairs together. They're cutting their social distancing down. You got people over here running into each other, talking. One guy has a mask, one guy doesn't. He's 6 inches from his ear, they're giggling. Okay? Stay out of it. You're a public school. It's the parent's choice. If you don't want your kid to come to school because there's other kids that aren't wearing masks, keep your child home. All right? We all have choices. I want to send my child to school. He does not need to wear a mask. If something happens, we'll deal with it. It's not your place. Okay? You don't know what you're doing. Would anybody like to be the seventh person to hold this? Anybody that's for this, come into the middle of the room with a group of peers and stick this in your nose. You're 6 to 18 years old, standing in a classroom with a bunch of people watching you. You're going to stick this in your nose, then stick it in the cup. How many kids are going to be ridiculed? You don't think that mask is cutting down on self-esteem enough that you want to just blast these kids?
Thank you.
You need to use 1.5 minutes.
Hello, Andrea Peterson. I have 2 sons that attend Connors. I would really just like to see the school get back to getting the kids up to where they need to be with their learning, with their self-esteem. I am in the medicine field. I even do administer vaccines as well to anyone who wants it. I think everyone should have the free choice. I don't think the school needs to do this or go this far. I think they should just stick with the academics of it. I have actually seen 3 children collapse after giving them a vaccine within a minute and had to call paramedics, check vitals. That's their parents' choice. I understand that. That won't happen to my children. I prefer my choices as freedom. I just would really like to see the kids get back to reading, writing, and math and not be so far behind and not have bullying or self-esteem issues or depression issues. Let's just get back to learning. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Amelia Lacasse. I'm actually not a Lewiston resident. I'm representing several families who are, have Lewiston students who can't be here. There were several people with confused looks about the cycles. In every virus ever in history that's been tested, we've cycled it at 30 cycles. COVID is the first virus that's ever been cycled at 45 cycles. The creator of the PCR test said, you cannot cycle a virus over 35 because of the high rate of false positives. I don't know where the message got lost, but my concern is that there would be a large amount of false positives unless they've brought the cycle threshold down, which they might have by now. But at the beginning, it was 45 cycles. So I just wanted to clarify that because there were a lot of confused faces over there.
Thank you.
My name is Katie Hall. My grandson will go to McMahon. I just want to bring to the attention that on Tuesday, 368 new people tested positive. On Wednesday, 278 and 2 died. And today so far, 390. It is obvious that this isn't over. It is very obvious. And they're doing this to keep our children safe. And then we got these people coming up saying they have no business. Yes, they do. They also say mask. My child don't want to wear a mask. This will not kill your child. But Delta variant could. Ask the parents who are dealing with this in Texas, whose kids are in the ICU units and the ones who have lost their children. I will not risk my grandson die because some people think that this is going to affect a child. Children are resilient. They will get over it. My grandson didn't like wearing it when it first started. He's fine now. Like I said, they will get over it. People need to wake up. This disease is killing people all over the world, and we're acting like putting a mask on or doing testing is a crime. People need to wake up. Wake up, people. If your child was in the hospital dying of this, would you be saying this? No. You'd be crying for the doctors to save your child's life. And when they die, you'd be crying, wanting people to feel sorry for you. Anybody who does not get vaccinated and who gets sick shouldn't go to the hospital and should not be taken care of by the doctors and nurses who have to deal with it who are vaccinated. This is ridiculous. People, wake up.
Thank you.
So if we could,
One more.
if we could,
Can we show respect for the other people in the room, please?
if I may, I just, something quickly, I just want to share, and you could absolutely, the chair will recognize you. These are polarizing things. There will be differences in opinion. There's differences in people's conclusions from the research they've done. We know that, and we know that. So what I prefer though is, what I prefer in this public forum is we do our very best to exercise civility, because I do think there's a mic. We're ready to be here as long as we need to. We're listening. But I would ask for a level of civility, just because I think when you know there's differences in opinion, you know, jarring back and forth on the side or being loud with agreements or disagreements, it's not swaying the person's thinking. And so I'm just asking that as a community, we demonstrate to the world that we're going to exercise some civility and hear each other out, because these dialogues are not productive if we're not listening, and if it's just about trying to sway opinions, especially with something as polarizing as this.
Mr. Danforth, this is your second time up. Will you be brief?
Yes, I will exercise my 3 minutes. And the first time was actually, I thought it was, you guys asked.
We don't give multiple 3 minutes. It's 3
Actually,
minutes
the
so that
first
there's
time,
time for everyone
the
to
first time, you
speak.
said it wasn't a back and forth. The first time you asked if
Point of
anyone
order,
had
Madam
questions
Chair.
about the scope testing.
Yes, Mr.
So that's why I
Sheffield.
came up.
I think it's very important that everyone get their say on each of these issues, and because we have two different agenda items, everyone in this room is going to be able to speak twice. But to have folks speak multiple times on the same agenda item suggests
This will be
it's
the
not,
only
it's not
time
a
I speak.
normal.
We have
And it's
hands
not-
raised online, so if you wouldn't mind, I'll let everybody get a chance to speak at least once, and then we can come back to you if there's time for a second,
Okay,
if you don't
well-
mind.
That works, I guess.
Thank you. Ms. Paquette, yes, thank you.
What are the other items we have to talk about?
Masking is the next agenda item.
I need to speak on that.
Great.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Laura, you're. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, I'm Laura Kopak. I have a ninth grader. He went to Impact Academy last year. Going to Next Step program this year. Sorry, I'm a little emotional. So I just want to thank Mr. Langlois for reconsidering his view on the masking in schools this year. I think that's a very brave thing for him to do, to take a look at what's going on in our community, take a look at what teachers and parents have been saying at some of these past meetings. I really believe that his new recommendation should be approved by the school committee, as it's taking all students and teachers' safety into consideration and allowing for flexibility should or when conditions improve, where we'd have no masking when there's low transmission status in our county.
Laura, sorry to interrupt you. It sounds like you're speaking about the next agenda item. Right now, we're discussing the pool testing. If you wanted to comment on.
Okay, no, I thought we were talking about masking. I'm sorry.
Nope, not yet. Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Kim Harding, and I have two daughters that have graduated from Lewiston High School, and I'm also a special ed teacher at McMahon. I first of all want to say thank you very much because I know how tiring and emotionally exhausting it is getting beaten up by both sides of the issue. I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So the 30%, is that for the whole district or per school? For the pool testing?
Yeah, so Kim, the way we're viewing it is it's per school.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure because I was afraid like if, say our school didn't test 30%, but another tested over 30%. So I just wanted to make sure, one, that I understood it correctly. And it sounds a lot like when children go to college. My daughter went to college at Keene State, and they did the swab testing every week. And so my daughter, I know she's college, didn't mind it and so forth. She was a minor, and so I had to approve of it and so forth. I just want to let you know that you do have my full support, and I will participate in your pool testing.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
Yes, hello. You guys hear me?
Yes.
My name is Jason Lavoy. I live at 125 Pine Street. And last year I was a substitute teacher, and I've been an ed tech in Lewiston before. I'm now an ed tech in Auburn. I'd like to thank Superintendent Langlis and just let people know that Lewiston is not the only school district participating in this. The research has been done through the CDC and doctors. In fact, the other day, Dr. Narav Shah and also Dr. Dora Ann Mills have both spoken in favor of pool testing. So the experts are on our side, and I just encourage you to listen to the experts, the health experts, when making your vote. And thank you, Superintendent Langlis, for your willingness to participate in pool testing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Are there any other members in? Yes. Yeah.
Do you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, so I'm Ed Jaywar. I'm a Lewiston resident. I live on Guggen Street. I have 3 children in middle school and high school between that. I've personally, through my family, through work, I've been tested dozens of times. My kids have been tested for various reasons. My wife has been tested for various reasons. And ultimately, the experience that I've had is that it works. In my experience, I've seen families, I've seen institutions get ahead of outbreaks. It doesn't prevent little things. It prevents 5 here, 7 there, 8 there. But what it does prevent is it prevents bringing a whole school down. It prevents bringing a whole school district down. And to talk about something that was really painful, we were contact traced. We thought we did everything right. My kids did everything right. Contact traced. I lost 2 weeks' work. Wife lost 2 weeks' work. Kids were out of school for a couple weeks. And we weren't even directly in quarantine. We were close contacts of a close contact. We had no choice in the matter. My employer required that I state what my relationship or how I came about as far as being contacted with COVID. At the end of all of that, even though we were contact traced and whatnot, we quarantined, the pediatrician's office wouldn't see my kids because they didn't want the kids in the office if they were possibly COVID positive. They wouldn't allow us to take the test immediately because it takes 5 to 10 days for the virus to build up in your body before you can actually get a result from the test. So in essence, while my family and I were kind of waiting this out, we didn't know if we were going to get sick. You know, we didn't know what the outcome of this was going to be. There's a great comfort knowing that we're trying to keep the kids in school as much as possible. I am totally into having as much normal school as possible. And if this is an opt-in program, that's even better. I hope that we can get enough people opting in so we have the threshold. But anything that brings kids back to school, brings kids in a safe environment where they can have normal experiences versus what we went through last year, I'm all for it. I support this 120%. I've seen it work. I've seen the consequences of it not working in my quarantine experience, and I'd sign up for this any day. I think actually, if you would ask my kids, Superintendent Langley, they would sign up for it. In fact, my kids actually took tests randomly so that they could do the things they wanted to do without risking quarantine and whatnot. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members in the public that would like to speak on this subject? We'll bring it back to the committee for final discussion. Member Majoris Collins.
I'll be brief and just urge folks to support the superintendent's recommendation on pool testing. My understanding is that the kids at Bates had access to regular testing all through the last academic year, and it was unfortunate that we couldn't make that happen for kids in Lewiston. But this year we can, and we have an opportunity to get more students back to school, to keep them in school under more circumstances and to keep them safe. So I encourage my colleagues to support this pooled testing plan.
I wanted to reiterate that I appreciate that this is, I think this is very invaluable to our school and keep our students in schools. And I appreciate that it is optional. And I just want to remind everyone that it is optional. So I think that's really important because the parents who disagree with it, their children do not have to participate. And the people who do agree with it, their children can participate. And that's the kind of options that I would like our students to have. There's no further discussion. Votes tonight, we'll start with Ward 7.
Yes.
City Council.
Yes.
Yes. Ward 1.
Yes.
Ward 2.
Yes.
Ward 3.
Yes.
Ward 4. Yes. Ward 5.
Yes.
Ward 6.
Yes. Motion to pool test passes 9-0.
A member has asked if we could take a very, very brief, like 2-minute break before we move on to the next agenda item. Is there any committee member that's opposed to that? Nope. We will take a very brief break. All right, the school committee will resume. If everyone could go back to their seats, please. Not loud enough. Oh, yeah, because they can't hear me from the mic. Never mind. Got it. All right, agenda item number 6 is to receive and approve the superintendent's recommendation for reopening schools. And Mr. Langless will present.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did try to share this as quickly as I could after Monday night, but I wanted to make sure I was thoughtful in my thought process with what I shared. And so if you have seen this already, good. If you want to follow along, I'll put it up on the screen. But also, if you look at the Twitter, Facebook, or our homepage for our Lewiston Public Schools, I post announcements there on a regular basis. And that's where things come in. And for our multilingual families, we get those translated and they exist in the letters. And so if you are looking to reference it for questions or to speak to certain items and to share your thoughts, that is a place where you can go actively right now to see those. And I'll share my screen, and I want to walk through the recommendations. And I guess I want to build a structure for you so you have a sense of what I'm about to share. And essentially, I wrote up 3 options, and there are variations between each of the options. The first one's pretty straightforward, and it's essentially to mask and then have some provision in there to assess local data with the potential for masking being shifted. The second one, and again, I'll go through this in more detail, but just to give you an overview, the second one splits grades. And by grades, I mean lower than middle school, middle and high school, because students predominantly at the elementary level, save some 6th graders that might have been old enough, don't have the option to vaccinate even if their family chose to do so. So that's the second option. And the third option has one variation in that at what level do we want to prompt ourselves to revisit the data or the discussion, about these. And I'll say up front that part of what I'm trying to do in this proposal and my recommendation is to be mindful of so many things. One is, how do we stay in school more often? And that's just about the rules. We follow the rules. That's what we do. That's what we uphold. And in following the rules, there are certain criteria. And if we can do things to mitigate students being sent home, that's part of us following the rules. So that's the first part. Second part is providing some opportunity some autonomy for me as superintendent to know the data on the ground, any new information that I have available to me, and how that can at least trigger a discussion with us that masking could be changed. And I've had a number of people ask me since this was posted yesterday, well, what data points are you going to use? And I'll be real with you, the same data points that I used last year. We didn't know. Situations had gray area. There were some black and white things. There were some known items. There were some criteria from the state. There was some criteria from the CDC. There was some criteria that's very specific in this standard operating procedure that's available online from the Department of Education. And with all of those things known, plus other anecdotal pieces, that was how we made decisions. Some were pretty black and white. You have this many positives and this many days connected to this many kids. That team has to be home. So these, with the pooled testing and this mitigation, will allow us to have schools open longer, more often, and to mitigate the amount of students that would need to quarantine as close contacts. So I'll share my screen and I'll walk through, but that's the overview of these 3. And I'll do my best to articulate, but if there's any confusion, please ask. I'll do my best to clarify. So I lead in with, for many years as a principal and also as a superintendent, I've referenced the energy or the buzz that a school has when it's full. You can't deny it. It is unbelievable. It's why we do it. It's really a special thing. It's akin to being at a concert of your favorite group and kind of being in your groove and really getting, feeling it full tilt. Us as educators, when we have kids and there's some energy in the building, that's kind of the high that we get when we do the work that we do. And we'll get back to that, especially if we're in school full time more consistently. So on August 2nd, there was a plan approved that it led off with no masking, but it had a caveat at the end that the superintendent could monitor things, and if the situations change, could change the direction of that plan. And of course, the committee would be involved in that conversation. This plan is essentially the inverse, where we start with masking, but there are caveats to look at information we have available and remove masks if the information dictates it. The first two options are pretty stringent. I'll be honest with you up front. I would actually say, short of the pandemic really changing its current trajectory, it'll be hard to get to those levels in which we would reassess. The third option is less stringent. And again, it doesn't mean it's an automatic. It just means we're at this level. It'll prompt us to revisit our thinking. So if you look up at the screen, the CDC is tracking community transmission, and it's given us this scale that you see before you. I actually took a little screenshot from their actual scale, but low is blue, moderate is yellow. The next one over on my screen is more orange than it looks up there. That's substantial. And then high, of course, is that more red color, which is, I'm sure, deliberate to cause us to go from we're okay to caution to more caution to, really being serious because things are at a high transmission scale. On August 2nd, when the first plan was approved, this transmission rate scale didn't exist. This was published mid-August, and we have since learned how that community transmission is working, and we have a metric for it. The challenge with this metric is it's data that's gathered in the state and for our county, and these are county metrics. But they're data that's gathered and then reported and then inserted into the dynamics of how they come to these recommendations for the color scale. One challenge that presents for me, if I become the decision maker, depending on the school committee with situations are live, are that data come after the fact. And so if we pool test, which was approved tonight, the most relevant data that we may have will be from pool testing. And then we monitor this scale, and then we look at other things that are anecdotal that we know of. How many kids per school are home on quarantine? How many have tested positive? How has that spread through their families? We as a school system do become privy to things that we don't always share publicly to respect people's privacy. But I want to let you know that this scale is one metric because I was asked that question. So option A, and this is my current recommendation to the school committee. I use the word current because we had a recommendation adopted August 2nd, and I think with new information, it's time to revisit that. And I am appreciative of everyone who's come to represent their various perspectives. I would love to see this kind of turnout for a lot of meetings. And I really am thankful and appreciate the comments being shared tonight. It is absolutely input for me and for our committee to be considering, not just tonight, but as we move forward. So my recommendation is, as we start school next Wednesday, which is very soon, obviously, is that mask wearing is required at all schools during school hours, determined by the level of community transmission being moderate, substantial, or high. If you look at the graphic, I put a little purple dot. So if we went below moderate in our county and we were in that low area, we would revisit our thinking and look at the information we have available to make a determination. And then we would communicate that to people if there was a change. Some risks to that are obviously that those in schools may need to wear masks all year. If that level never drops below moderate, we would have to continue to stay in that area. Anxiety could shift as community information becomes available. We saw this a lot last year with the color-coded system that people wanted to know the answer on Thursday, but it was published bi-weekly on Fridays, and it actually created some angst for people, again, on both sides of the conversation. And those opposed may struggle with compliance. I'm sending my kid, but I'm not putting a mask on him. And I'm really hopeful that whatever decision is come to by this committee, that there's a level of consensus so that as this becomes ed policy, we can support those who don't wish to participate, but we have to be compliant with our policies. Some benefits: when transmission is moderate or higher, masks act as a barrier. That is one set of beliefs. Those with compromised situations may have reduced anxiety. And I've heard from a number of students, parents, and families that have students that I would consider to be fragile, and they have a right to go to school too. But they can't control their environments if other people aren't taking steps to mitigate things. We avoid calling meetings regularly to revisit determinations. I'd like to avoid the angst of the ups and downs. I don't think it's good for the kids. I don't think it's good for our staff. And whatever's decided, we need time to implement it. So if there are shifts, we want to be very deliberate about that so that we're being mindful of not just 5,400 kids, but of our 1,100 staff too. Because they have to come to work every day and they go home to their families. And so those are all factors. We demonstrate that we care for others, and even when it's hard, we do what we can. Some of those risks and benefits get a bit redundant, but I want to make sure we go through them. The second option, which has been explored heavily, and I would say up to and including before the August 2nd board meeting, and that was to split the ages. So in this option, mask wearing is required at all elementary schools, again, due to their inability to vaccinate underneath the age of 12 during school hours. Mask wearing at LMS and LHS is recommended, but may be mandated as determined by the level of community transmission being moderate, substantial, or high. So the language is a bit different, but for example, in today's setting, masks would be on in elementary schools, Lewiston Middle School, and Lewiston High School would have masks on in today's conditions because we're moderate. But if conditions went too low, we would leave the masks on at elementary schools, but we would reassess at the middle and high school level. Again, hinging on the fact that elementary school age students cannot be vaccinated. Some risk to that, again, a bit redundant, but I want to go through it. Those in elementary schools may need to wear masks all year. Those in middle and high schools may need to wear masks all year because that threshold is pretty stringent. Anxiety could shift as more data becomes available regarding vaccinated and unvaccinated situations, which again was a shift in early August after the meeting on August 2nd. Language has shifted regarding the dangers to both vaccinated and unvaccinated folks. And again, we have new data sets to discuss that, including the spread or the ability to spread. Some benefits: when transmission is moderate or high, masks act as a barrier. Those with compromised situations may have reduced anxiety. And I'll say to that with a caveat that numerous times through our budget process, through our planning for classroom instruction, through us trying to meet students where they are and accelerate learning, we constantly work to plan and consider our most vulnerable. And again, benefit that's repeated, we demonstrate we care for others, and even when it's hard, we do what we can. Option C, mask wearing is recommended at all schools. Mask mandating is subject to being enacted as determined by the local information, with the community transmission being substantial or high. I'm going to just slide down real quickly so you can see the graphic. You can see how the dot shifted to the moderate level. So this is that less stringent option. And I did put in here that a grade split between elementary, middle, and high school could be considered. And then obviously when transmission is low, community information will assess it and see where we're at. And other information for determinations, just other data sets that we could use, pool testing results, statistics, and others that we have on the ground. Any changes we make, whatever plan is adopted, would be communicated similar to last year, where we would put all the information that we could that was appropriate, that also protected the rights of those who might be involved. And we would get that out to people in mass efforts, just as we did last year, making sure that the communication is out there. The key difference between all of these recommendations and the one from August 2nd, again with new information, is that we shift from starting with masks, starting with no masks as a family choice, to starting with masks and then with the ability to review. Some risk to this last option C. Those in school may wear masks all year depending on community information. Anxiety could shift as communication becomes available and things change. Local data could contradict county data, and some will struggle to keep their mask on. And what I mean by that is the pooled information is quick and we'll have it. So if we do pooling on Monday at a particular school, we have that information by Wednesday. The county updates happen after data's, again, reported and then plugged in. So the county data might show up as low, but we're sitting on information saying 2/3 of our schools have positivity situations from pool testing. And that could also happen in the inverse, where the county data is a little high, but we're seeing pool testing results that are actually quite good. Some benefits: when transmission is substantially higher, masks act as a barrier. And again, those compromised may have reduced anxiety. And we demonstrate again that we care for others. Even when it's hard, we do what we can when conditions permit. Another component of this conversation, so separate from the first three options, what are really masking and when do we look at this specific, are universal masking and what I would consider to be challenges. And if you watch Monday's meeting or the August meeting, I mentioned this a couple of times. Universal masking is masking for everyone. I didn't type out the definition, but while universal masking could become an expectation, it could be decided at this level, it could be a state mandate, it could be federal, it might even be a decision that we have to make as we administrate or do the administration work of schools, so that we're being responsive and adaptive and having some agility. But when teachers are working in a space on their own, when they have the ability to get good distance from others, when they're, again, grading papers or custodians doing paperwork in their office for timesheets. I mean, I could think of 1,000 examples. Universal masking would say, you can't take your mask off while you're doing that task when you're in a space working by yourself. And I don't think that that's the way we should go. The other thing that still exists, and we need to talk about, is what does this mean when you go outdoors? So right now, the community guidelines are that when you're outdoors, it's okay. You want to be smart, but it's okay to take your mask off. And again, there's some science behind that, but I'll say too, and I'm not picking sides, I'm pretty neutral on this. There's some inconsistencies there that I myself have struggled with. And so I'm still concerned about things like when students go out to recess, because they're outdoors, by rule, they can take their masks off, even with this. But they're still all around each other. And because of pool testing, we can keep a pulse on that, but they're still all around each other. And I struggle with some of the inconsistencies of that doorway. For me, this is my own personal piece, doesn't seem like enough of a shift in space from a scientific perspective with young children who will run around, who will be in each other's space, who will play tag, who will grab the same things, who will throw a ball, who will shoot hoops, all of those things. So my recommendation is to avoid universal masking, and the committee can make a determination on that or make an amendment. But universal masking is not included in this recommendation, so to speak. There's a descriptor here, but it's not saying void it or include it. But I think the absence of it means that we follow the other masking conditions. Also below are some things that existed from the August 2nd approval, but I still think are important to note. And when we had a conversation on Monday, some of the language in the August 2nd approval shifted just because of new language that came to us and new information that has come to us. And by language and information, I mean the Department of Ed put out an SOP and they edited the information. The community guidelines have changed. We didn't have a county indicator, now we do, and there's some others. But to that end, we were exploring mask wearing on buses, trying to find out if it was semantics or if it was required because it's considered public transportation. And the semantics of the thing is a school bus public transportation because not just anyone can get on it. The conclusion that we've come to is that it is considered public transportation because of the nature of its use. And so mask wearing is required by rule on buses. We're asking staff to continue to establish routines with Google Classroom and or Seesaw. Those are some tech options that we use at different levels. But we're looking for them to integrate it while students are in class. So for example, if I was teaching a class, I could create something in Google Classroom, but do it in my class with the thinking that if we do this with some level of routine, if there's a school disruption, students know how to log in, what they're looking for, what to do. And we're working on how we do that, especially at the lower levels, because devices are on carts and things. And to me, from an asset perspective, it doesn't make sense to send very young children home with laptops every day or iPads every day when we expect them to come back. But we have our principals who are working on their mitigation strategies for if there's some kind of closure, what's our rollout plan to get these devices to kids? With the thinking that, and it's going to take time, with the thinking that if we get to that point, and again, if it's right out of the gate, there's no routine established. But if it's down the road a little bit, that there are routines that are in place so that we're not looking at a scenario like we did the March before last, when everybody wanted to know, well, how my kids are going to get education. Teachers didn't have equipment. Teachers didn't have software. Teachers didn't have the tools they needed legitimately to go engage students. And so we're better positioned to do that. So we're asking for that in this proposal. I had put in here that Lewiston Public Schools will participate in pool testing, and with the recent vote, just again to remind people that parents and guardians have the option to opt their students in. If you haven't sent anything in, you haven't signed anything, we won't pool test your student. But if we want to stay within that threshold of 30% and staying in school and not having the disruptions to your work plan or your student coverage or what, we have to be at that 30% threshold. And we'll get that information out to people. Realistically, after tonight, we'll probably start seeing things pop up information-wise. Over the weekend, we'll push out some things. And as a selfish plug, at 5:30 Monday night, I'll be right here to do a community forum using the same platform. So if you want to come in and sit and listen and watch, you may. If you'd like to participate online, we'll have that access for you. And also we'll be using a program called Lexikey, where they actually behind the scenes do some Q&A and deliver information in a multilingual fashion so that we can inform all of our community. Again, students attend in person with that note that we can't offer remote schooling. I have had numerous phone calls and numerous emails over the last few weeks of parents saying, I don't want to send my kid to school at all. What options do I have? At this point in time, the option is you can homeschool your student. And there's lots of resources out there, even from the state, with activities you can do. But we don't have the personnel to say, this teacher is dedicated to remote learning. So I want to make sure that everybody's aware of that. It's not an option this year like it was last year. One caveat is if you have an IEP about certain things or a special education plan, certainly we'll meet the expectations of those plans. Contact tracing continues. Again, the rules are different this year than last, especially with pool testing if your student participates. And if there's masking, there's also another layer there of how we navigate contact tracing. If your student is in need of quarantine, using those electronic platforms and maybe other means, teachers might prepare some work that can be picked up or sent home, things of that nature. But it would go back to if you were sick a couple years ago and you had to be out of school because the doctor said, hey, you got the flu, you got to be home for X amount of days. We're treating quarantine the same way as you're homesick, and teachers will make things available to them. I don't want parents to think or guardians to think that, all right, it's 8 o'clock, you got to log into your class because your teacher's going to be there teaching. That teacher's going to have 20 plus kids in front of them likely, and so they can't do both at the same time. Sure.
Jay, can I get a point of clarification?
Yeah.
You said that individually remote learning will not be available, but on a few sentences back, you have a section there where it says, if schools are shut down, we will be remote. So is there two different things going on here that you are prepared if we do have to shut a school down, that we can do remote effectively still?
Yeah. So I guess what I'm trying to relay is. So I think it's a good question, and it's a really important point of clarification that teachers are going to work to establish routines. So it's not an additional ask. It's a kind of a different ask that they use some lessons that are using the technology and the logins and what have you during their typical in-school time. And then if something comes up, let's say we have multiple positives in a school and it's resulted in our inability to hold school because we don't have enough adults, or it's just recommended to us by the CDC at times, which has happened, or we get designated as an outbreak and we get told certain things. We don't want learning to just stop. And in those cases, the thinking is that your schedule would continue to the best of our ability, and we'll navigate that as we go. I know our educators may need some windows of time to be thoughtful about how that happens, and there'll be all kinds of challenges to it. It'll be a little clunky if we have to do that at first, but we'll develop some routines like we did last year. The point about no remote learning, which contradicts that statement a bit, is if, as a parent, I don't want to send my child to school. Last year, I chose cohort C, and we had teachers that's all they did. Actually, Miss Avery, who spoke earlier, she was a remote teacher for the middle school, and that program went really well. But people could just choose, I'm going to be remote. This year, because we're in person and those classrooms are full again, we don't have the ability to dedicate the Miss Averys of the world to that effort because she'll have a classroom full of students. So yes, so it's remote in two ways that if we need it, we can work on how we do it. And again, I'm asking our community for a bit of grace in that swap if we have to do it, because that's not an easy task. But for people who are saying, I just don't want to send my kid to school, I want a remote option right out of the gate, we don't have that. We don't have the human capacity to do that. And then we have some other bullets in here about using local information, as I've mentioned a lot already, so I'll kind of slide through that. We'll modify routines in our schools as appropriate. It may not be the same at every school because of different enrollments, different physical structure, the layout of hallways and classrooms and doorways and entryways and exits and recess and playgrounds. So the routines may be a little bit different at each school, but just know that those are all being established to do our best to mitigate things. And of course, we'll maintain the availability of masks, hand sanitizer, still follow our cleaning routines. And as a point of emphasis, and I'm going to say this a lot, if you're following it, you're going to hear it a lot over the next several days between open houses, me messaging, teachers messaging, you name it. Screening your students before they come to school is essential to our operations staying moving. Because if we have those kinds of spreads, those are the things that shut things down. I also want to emphasize that there's different ways a school can shut down. It's not just when kids test positive, or we have groups that need to quarantine because they have to, because they're contact trace and maybe they didn't pull a test. When we have to send a bunch of students home, their parents, especially the younger ones, need to be home too. I don't know the percentage, but the percentage of our educators that have their own children who, if they are told that your student has to quarantine, will be calling our human resources office to say, I'm unavailable to work because my 7-year-old and my 8-year-old have to be home because they have to quarantine. I will run out of adults to supervise and continue the education within the school. And so these mitigation strategies are very important for that effort. We will be collecting and reporting vaccination status of our staff only. And that's based on a state requirement. Those have to be uploaded monthly. We're looking at trying to make that as easy as possible so staff, once they fill it out, don't have to continue to fill it out unless there's a change. We don't take a position on whether or not a staff should be vaccinated. I don't as a superintendent. I think that's a personal choice, but the state does want that data. And I don't know why, to be honest with you. But one idea is, and we've seen this in other states, including I think Vermont, don't quote me, that said once you reach a certain threshold of those vaccinated, and as they watch certain variants, that if you reach a threshold, they just don't contact trace anymore in those areas of where folks can be vaccinated. For example, here would be like middle and high school. If you reach a certain threshold of those vaccinated, the rules started to change in some states. We don't have language that says that in Maine, but I can assume that that's why they're asking for that information and to encourage it. We do as a district encourage vaccination, but again, family choice, and I can understand the complications of that. But I would also state that if we have opportunities because new emergency authorizations are issued for younger children and or a full-on approval, which I don't think is soon, but it could be during the school year for vaccinations, we will be working as a school department, unless the school committee objects, to facilitate those. So that could result in some school closures because that day we're offering families to come in and get vaccinated, because an excellent place to set up for vaccine clinics are schools, because we have large throughput areas, usually have a low footprint, usually on the same level, which makes it easily accessible for those who may need more accessibility. And we also have large spaces connected. For example, here last spring, we ran a vaccine clinic for our staff as soon as we could get it set up. We had hundreds of people participate, and it was a county vaccination clinic. And people came in here, actually, we had 6 or 8 stations where people got vaccinated. They went out the door in a different door, pathway to the gym, where we had chairs set up with spacing where they could sit for their observation, which lasts 15 minutes, and then they would head out. So these structures help facilitate those. And again, I just want to say that publicly, should it come up down the road. And these recommendations are based on information from the Center of Disease Control, Department of Education, other districts and superintendents that I've spoken to on a regular basis, and many others, up to and including the information that we have today and some of the tools we have available have fundamentally changed from mid-July when we started floating our first plan, early August when it was adopted, and today. And I'm hopeful that you trust that the agility in these times is necessary but calculated. And I can tell you firsthand, as could Assistant Superintendent Karen Parkett, these are not easy decisions when we have situations develop. So we need to follow the rules and do things the right way.
Ms. Bowden? Oh, first, we'll open it up for school committee discussion first, and then we'll open it up to everybody in attendance that wants to speak. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you, Jake, for coming up with another recommendation. You did it pretty quick. I'm impressed. When I originally read this, I thought that perhaps I was going to offer an amendment on option A, which is our current. But after listening to you explain these tonight, I think I'm more apt to gravitate towards option C with an amendment. And that being that we don't start the school year with mandated masking.
Are you making a motion?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify.
Sorry. That with option C, we're not mandating masks from day one. We're leaving parental choice open. And I really like the split of if it's low or moderate in our community, it makes sense to have optional masking on the table. If we go into substantial or high, I think it's a fair compromise that at that point we mandate masking. So that would be my that would be my choice, is option C with that.
I'll second that.
I'm going to give Jake a second to finish writing it all down. Are all committee members understand everything she just proposed? Okay, thank you.
Could I have a brief restatement of that, please?
Okay, that's what I was asking, if anyone wanted it restated.
And actually, I took down my share, and I'm trying to be mindful of those at home who can't see us when we have discussion, but I want to put this back up to make sure people can see. So option C, as the proposed amended, or the proposal to amend option C would read more like mask wearing is optional at all schools or family choice. Is that fair to say? Okay. Family choice at all schools. Mask mandating is subject to be enacted as determined by local information that includes the level of community transmission being substantial or high. And so that what this does, this is almost a blending of the August 2nd approval and tonight's components, where you would start with family choice. And if we are substantial or high, we would revisit. And I would say, or I still think we're leaving the caveat or other local information, because if it's faster on the ground, we want to do the right thing. So
Can I clarify one thing
Sure.
too? I just want to make sure that this option also means that there is no masking outdoors. Like this is just indoors if we hit substantial or high.
I think the outdoors masking that I had intended with this plan was the outdoors recommendations of all, which currently are not.
Okay.
But I would say if we do see language that is telling us to mask outdoors. We want to know that local information and may come back to this committee. But I think if we need to do that quickly, we would consider that, but
And the rest of option C with the pool testing, all of the other stuff stays the same. The only change is what he just mentioned. Okay. Is that good, Mr. Bobolot? Okay. Mr. Majerus Collins?
I make a motion to amend by substitution to remove the content of the motion and replace it with an approval of option A as recommended by the superintendent.
Second.
Can we get some clarification on that? Because that doesn't sound like amendment. That just sounds like you're nullifying her
So this is an
and going
amendment.
back to original recommendation.
This is an amendment by substitution. We've done this a number of times before, but it's a pretty common parliamentary process wherein something gets taken out of a motion and replaced with something else. So this is,
But you're not taking anything out of her motion. You're completely replacing her motion.
yes, it's an amendment by substitution. I'm substituting something else.
So in layman's terms, you're just invalidating her and going back to the original
It's
recommendation.
not a question of invalidation. An amendment has been offered and seconded.
I'm just trying to clarify, Member Majerus Collins.
So this is an amendment by substitution to replace the content of the motion with the superintendent's recommendation with option A. And that's been made and seconded. So that's what's on the table.
Is there any discussion on,
Could I then do the same thing back to him? If there's a motion on the table, though, doesn't that require a vote before someone else decides to?
No.
No, okay.
you want me to finish looking it up? That's what I was going to do, yes.
I do think it's worth just reviewing that procedurally, mostly because I'm trying to think of the voting structure that would follow and what precedent would be taking over something that has already been
Right.
amended and seconded versus something that was substituted then amended as an amendment and seconded. So what would we vote on first?
I don't even see amendment by substitution in Robert's Rules of Order. Turn must be voted on. There's a substitute motion, but there's not an amendment with substitution.
It's just an amendment with substitution, descriptor of the kind of amendment.
So it is just an amendment of what she is proposing. And that's not.
Structurally, yeah. No,
Structurally, no, you're not amending it. You're just
no.
overriding it and going back to
Sure
the,
part. An amendment can add, change, or remove any part of a motion and can add any new material to the motion. That's what this is.
right. And you're not doing any of those three things. You're just reverting back to the original.
Yes, sure part. I'm removing everything from her motion and replacing it with something else. So that's.
Please, those in attendance, please. I understand that this is frustrating to people in the audience who aren't overly familiar with these procedures, but this is what we have to follow when we're in this type of a meeting. And so I know it's frustrating and it's confusing and it just seems like a circus, but it's what we're required to do. So I apologize if this is delaying anything, but I want to make sure that we do it the right way. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would suggest that maybe we just go ahead with the motion that he's doing, and I would encourage us to vote against it. So that way we can vote on Member Bowden's motion. And if that itself fails, then we could make the motion that he's making right now. To me, that seems more transparent.
Perfect. Thank you. We will proceed with the vote then.
No, we want to allow for more discussion and also
Discussion. Sorry, I
public
apologize.
comment.
Mr. Majerus Collins.
Thank you. This is a pretty straightforward mechanism for folks on the committee who support the superintendent's recommendation as presented to move that forward and enact it. I encourage folks to support that. We've heard some members of the committee speak in the past about the importance of supporting the superintendent's recommendations. My personal feeling is that we should listen to the science, and the superintendent's recommendation tonight is consistent with the best available science. So I encourage folks to vote yes on this amendment.
Any other discussion on the inappropriate amendment?
Point of order, no editorializing. You're not allowed to do that.
Ward 7,
Yes.
Ward, City Council. Do we want to offer public comment on an amendment?
Can we move the vote?
Yes, somebody could move the vote.
I'm sorry. This would just be on Kiernan's
Right.
amendment.
And then, yes.
Then I move to vote.
Already did, thank you.
I know we're just part of the public here, but I don't even know what you guys are voting on at this point.
Right. It's very confusing when this stuff happens.
Point of
and I
order,
apologize.
can we have order in these
The vote has
proceedings?
been moved, so we will go to vote, which is Ward 7.
Yes.
Ward, City Council.
No.
No. Ward 1.
No.
Ward 2.
No.
Ward 3.
Yes.
Ward 4.
No.
Ward 5.
Yes.
Ward 6.
No.
Motion to amend fails 3-6.
Is there any further discussion before we go to vote on Ms. Bowden's original motion? Ward 7. Yes, Member Majerus Collins.
Thanks. I encourage folks to vote against what's presented. This is out of alignment with the superintendent's recommendations for tonight. It's out of alignment with the best available science. And it is not the thing that will do the most to keep kids safe and in school, which should be the goal for everyone. And so I encourage a no vote on this proposal.
Any other committee discussion? Yes. Yes. Is there any other school committee discussion on this? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just procedurally, just want to check where we're at. I haven't slept all the last few days, so my mind's a little cloudy. But I believe that she made a motion to amend, but it's not the amendment that we're voting on. We're actually voting on the motion itself. So if we do approve that, we'd finish the agenda item, so there wouldn't be public comment. So we would need to, because she is making a motion to like a final option to go with, even though it's not an amendment to something that's in place already. So I think we should do public comment now and then call the vote.
Yes. All right, we will go to public comment for anyone in person. And again, the same rules apply, 3 minutes, non-repetitive, and for her amendment. For her motion. So it's the option C. Sorry, go ahead. Yes, Mr. Lang.
Just for clarification for everyone, and I know there's a lot of input that people like to have. So what just happened is that the second amendment was actually voted down. So that's now off the table at this point in time. And what we've gone back to is what Member Bowden put forward, that was seconded by Member Potvin, is to start school with masking being family choice, with the low and moderate range, and then we would revisit it at the substantial high range. And so that's the language that we're looking at currently. And while people are sharing, I'm going to try to adjust the graphic so people can see what that looks like.
Yes. As I was saying, I'm sorry, 3 minutes, non-repetitive, and on the matter at hand. Please and thank you. And introduce yourself.
Good evening. My name is Allison Litton. I currently serve as the Lewiston Education Association president, as well as the Connors Elementary School Family Engagement Coordinator. At the beginning of the year, I will be transitioning into a role as a 6th grade teacher, as we are currently short-staffed. I am also the proud parent of 2 elementary age students within the district. While I've come before you in public forum prior to speak as an educator and a parent regarding my concerns about masking being optional for the beginning of the 2021-2022 school year, I'm here tonight primarily to speak as the president of the Lewiston Education Association. Many individuals, understandably, are simply ready to put the pandemic and all that go with it behind, while others maintain caution and concern due to their own health and the health of loved ones in their care. As time has passed since the August 2nd vote, I've heard more and more concern from not only our members, but our colleagues, as well as fellow parents within my personal networks. As we all know, on July 27th, the federal CDC, based on scientific data and analysis, publicly announced that they recommend universal indoor masking for teachers, staff, students, and visitors to schools, regardless of vaccination status. Subsequently, on July 28th, the state of Maine adopted the federal recommendation. Within the past 48 hours, the LEA has conducted an opinion poll seeking feedback from all 752 employees covered within one of the 3 of our bargaining units. We represent certified employees, ed techs, and tech specialists. We closed the survey at 4:30 today with a 51% response rate comprised of 287 elementary educators, 46 middle school educators, and 95 high school educators. The first question on the survey: are you concerned about the language in the currently adopted policy, which states that masking is optional for all individuals, staff, students, and visitors within LPS buildings, regardless of vaccination status? The results were as follows: 65.4%, 249 respondents expressed concern about the currently adopted policy, which states that masking be optional. Broken down by level, 62.6% of elementary educators were concerned. 63% of middle school educators were concerned. 73.6% of high school educators were concerned. 34.6%, 131 respondents expressed that they were okay with the current policy of optional masking at this time. Furthermore, 79.7, 306 respondents did not feel fully informed about pooled testing procedures, and 65.4%, 251 respondents.
Sorry, time is up.
Okay, may I get back in line? Okay.
Yes, once everyone has a chance to speak, yes, you can continue after everyone else has gotten their first chance to speak.
I would.
Point of order, can we have decorum in this room?
Karen, I have this under control as the chair. I don't need you to point of order me every time somebody is out of line. I can handle it. Mr. Danforth, I let you know that once everyone had had the first chance to speak, that you would have gotten a second chance. I did offer you that option. Yes, I'm sorry. Could you turn the mic on, please? I don't know if that was on when Ms. Litton was just speaking or not. It was? Okay, good, because I didn't notice.
Okay, hi,
Hi,
I'm
thank you.
Michelle Lever. I live in Auburn, but I'm a first grade teacher at Montello. I am just here because I work in the classroom and I see the kids every day with masks on. And last year, they only came 2 days a week for me. And during those periods of those 2 days, they were falling asleep a lot. A lot of it was the mask because they just either weren't being heard or seen, or, you know, they might not have had enough air. I don't know. I can't say why. Maybe they weren't on a regular schedule. And they just came in and they just slept because they slept a lot at home. I have no idea, but that had a big impact on me. And it also had a big impact that I had to wear the mask and not be able to see them, not be able to see me or teach. Sitting here tonight, listening to people, I mean, I hear both sides and I feel for everyone. This is a really tough situation for you, and you guys are doing an amazing job just trying to give everybody options. That's what I'm hearing. The one reason I came tonight is because Karen made a comment about equity on the PSYOP training we had today. And I thought, oh my gosh, it's 72 degrees in this building. I could manage a mask. It's 84 degrees in my room. And this weekend, it was 94 degrees in my classroom. And I'm going to have 20 students in that classroom instead of 7 like I had last year. And they were all spaced out. So that's my thing that I have to live with. Okay, so I'm requesting that you really think about the equity and, you know, the situation that's going on and try and get us some fans. We've been asking for ceiling fans for 4 years, okay? We actually sent an email to you. We requested air conditioners. We requested maybe you could change our windows. You know, our administrator is fantastic. He's trying to help us. You know, they are, but we are requesting it from you. And I see some vans sitting in a parking lot that haven't been driven. I don't know if they were given to us or not, but could you please give us some money, at least for some fans or some kind of air circulation, because these kids need to breathe. And I am worried about the space in the classroom. So that's really all I had to say. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Doyne. I'm a Lewiston resident, just moved here in October. It's nice to be here. I'm in the Montello School District. I have 2 children, too young to be vaccinated. Thank you, Superintendent Langlis and the Lewiston School Board for taking a chance to reconsider the issue. Being willing to be flexible and change your mind when the situation changes. It's a mark of true leadership on your part. Thank you. I don't believe that the most vocal in this room necessarily speak for the community on this issue. You have my support and the support of my family and many others in reconsidering this decision. I hope we follow Maine CDC guidelines and continue to ask ourselves, are we doing everything we can to keep our students safe as recommended by those who understand virology and the transmission of disease, not the social media doctors? It seems you are doing that. Thank you. Historic, unprecedented times call for tough decisions. You didn't ask to be sitting here during a public health crisis, but here we are. And I'm asking that you make a courageous decision in a difficult time. I'm asking that you take proactive, not reactive measures so we can get ahead of this virus and get back to our lives and keep our community safe. And I urge you to reconsider your optional masking stance. Some have said that the health of students isn't the school's business. They've drawn an artificial line in the sand that doesn't exist when it comes to public health. As a community, we have a duty to protect individual freedoms as long as those freedoms do not trample on the safety of others, especially those that cannot be so vocal, like my son, who is autistic and nonverbal. And the hypocrisy in the room may also be the people who like to talk about freedom, but aren't willing to accept the responsibility for the safety of the community with their choices. To me, that's hypocrisy. So while there's been some grandstanding and talk about freedom tonight, I haven't heard a lot about empathy tonight. For a community, empathy is vitally important, especially now. And that's a nice segue to comments from my wife. She's writing a letter. She's unable to attend. We have our 2 children. My son has special needs. There's other children who are immunocompromised. They have disabilities. We have a question. If you think masks should be optional, what are you going to do if you're wrong and the experts are right? If it's too late because you decided not to take proactive measures, what are you going to do at that point? This is an appallingly ableist perspective that's devastatingly popular right now. Everyone should do what they think is best to keep themselves safe. And the problem is that this individualist ideology is it sacrifices everyone who is not able to keep themselves safe without the cooperation of their community. When you vote to make masking optional, you're telling our family that no one who could potentially carry the grave illness should worry about passing that illness on to my son. In fact, with no remote option, you're telling the families of children whose immune systems are unable to protect them, they don't have the right to safely access a free and appropriate public education. We know remote learning is not an option. Frankly, that's not moral, it's not humane, and it may not even be legal. Every child has a right to a safe public education. So we have the responsibility in our community to protect the most vulnerable, and not much has been said about them tonight.
Sorry,
So
your time is up.
Thank you. Do the right thing, please.
Thank you.
Allison Avery again, computer science teacher at the middle school, LEA vice president. I am speaking on behalf of a member who did not feel comfortable speaking in public tonight. So without further ado, to the members of the school board, I am a concerned teacher at Connors Elementary. To help you all out, I want you to know that I have never had COVID, but 10 years ago, I contracted some strange infection, which left me in the ICU and in the hospital for 2 months, which included time on a ventilator and other terrible things. Doctors told my family I would not live. I would
never want to go through that again and would not want any of my little students to go through it. So this brings me to my heartfelt issue. Our students under 12 cannot get protection against this terrible virus, so they are the only thing left to help protect them, and that would be to mandate masks. When students returned to school last year, I was convinced that mask wearing would be an issue, but I was proven wrong. They were real troopers. I know they will be troopers again. Our students have such sparkle and life in their eyes. I don't want to go to bed at night thinking that that special sparkle could be taken away because we didn't do all that we could to protect these little ones. Sparkling eyes or closed ones with a ventilator. We are mandated to buckle up our children, so shouldn't we be mandated to mask up for safety? Remember, our students are used to this. The best thing about a mask is that a child's eyes say everything. Thank you for your time, a concerned teacher. Secondly, my own little tidbit. I know I spoke on Monday night. I expressed what I really wanted to, but it's just from a teacher's perspective to get these protocols and these routines set at the beginning of the year with masking is so much easier to take that back than to start off the year with optional masking and then expect the students, especially at the middle school level, to then wear them all the time if we go up in transmission, which if you look across the country, that's most likely what's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts with you this evening. My name is Gary Herrick, and I'm a teacher here at Connors Elementary. After 20 years as a special education teacher, with 17 of those being in a neighboring district, I'm transitioning this year to an ELL position. I'm more than excited about this new opportunity. I've not been in this part of the building for or since March of 2020. Because last year, because of significant medical conditions, I taught fully remotely. Although I enjoyed incredible support from my supervisors, my building principal, and my teaching team, from my side of the screen, my remote experience was less than optimal. I previously shared some of my thoughts with you, and I still unequivocally believe that masking should not be an option at this time. I'm not going to repeat myself. Instead, I want to briefly share my story, not just as an LPS employee, but as a person, as a husband, as a father, as a papi to 7 grandchildren. By nature, I'm an explorer. My need is to know what is happening on the other side of the mountain. And as a result, I've had the blessing of traveling to many parts of the world that many of us as Americans will never see. Whether it was interactions with street children in Calcutta, India, or with young people in a Haitian orphanage, my passion for education has been strengthened and validated. I've always returned to America with a sense of excitement and empowerment as I've begun a new school year. I loved teaching in my former district, had potential opportunities elsewhere, but I chose Lewiston. Her cultures, her international community, her incredible teaching opportunities called me, it seemed, by name. Over the past few weeks, with the absence of a mask mandate, I have questioned whether I should take the risk. But again, by virtue of my life philosophy, I'm a risk taker, but this time I have had to ask myself, because of my medical conditions, is this one risk too many? I think I received an answer last Friday when I received an unexpected email from the parent of a student that I had long forgotten. She said to me, "I'm not sure you will receive this, but I hope so, because I don't think teachers here thank you often enough." I was thinking of Blank's journey to this point and the difference many people made along the way. You were one of those people. I'm not sure you could really know the impact your kindness, patience, and encouragement had for Blank during an incredible dark time for him.
Sir?
Thank you for being there for a kid who needed it so desperately. I sincerely hope that you are still teaching in whatever form that is. And I won't read the rest because I'm out of time almost. It said that where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. My treasure, my heart is in my classroom.
Sir, I definitely appreciate your enthusiasm and you're a great speaker, but I have to cut you off. I apologize.
Okay, I thought you said I had 30 seconds.
No, that was it. The timer went off. I
Okay.
didn't catch you at 30 seconds because I was paying such close attention.
Hi, my name is Lauren Damaris. I'm a hospitalist physician. I live on Sherbrooke Avenue in Lewiston. My daughter goes to Montello. So that means that for the last 18 months, I've been taking care of COVID patients at the bedside as a physician, taking care of them. I work all day long, 12, 14-hour shifts with a mask all the time. I work with all of my colleagues who have a mask on, and we have stressful situations where our hearts get beating fast. We're in codes, but we don't pass out or anything like that because of the mask. So that being said, I would also just like to point out that in kids, we are seeing a lot of our cardiologists in the state, our pediatric cardiologists are seeing more cases of pericarditis, so heart inflammation as a late response to COVID-19. There's a lot of data coming out now to show that these kids are at increased risk for diabetes type 1. So we're not only looking at whether or not our kids die, we should hopefully be thinking about what's right for them. And if I can't convince you to think about what the data shows is best for our children, and I'll make it clear that I support option A that Superintendent Langlois supports. I think that one thing that I think is important for everybody to understand here is that this also affects you. Right now, as of 2 p.m. today, St. Mary's and CMMC were completely full on beds, which meant that if you went to an emergency department there, you were going to be waiting in the emergency department overnight, probably waiting for a bed. Most of the hospitals in the state right now are full of beds. We're all dealing with a backlog of patients who didn't get the routine care that they needed because of COVID. So now our hospital beds are overflowing. I have patients at my own hospital who have to be in the ED for 2 nights. They don't even get a bed in the hospital for 48 hours. Part of this is preventing an overwhelming response to our healthcare system and making sure that we have a healthcare system to rely back on. When your kids have an accident, or if they bring something home, it would be pretty traumatic for them to have one of their family members die. But in the state of Maine right now, we're really low on healthcare resources. And so part of this is having a community that works together to try to make sure that all of us can be safe and healthy. And for my daughter, I choose to put a mask on her, and I do that. I don't do that necessarily for her. I do that for everybody else so that when they need healthcare, it's available to them.
There's 30 seconds
thank
remaining.
you.
You have 30 seconds more though.
I'm all set.
Okay.
I support.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Abby Dix. I am a teacher in the district, and I also have 2 kids that go to McMahon. I spoke on Monday, so I'm not going to speak more on that. I do want to say that just tonight, the CDC did come out saying that we are now substantial in our county. So I feel like right now, we are less than a week away from school starting. Teachers come back on Monday. Teachers are already working so hard in our classrooms, getting ready, and we have no idea what to expect. And things are changing so quickly. And with the idea of let's see how it starts and let's see how it goes, that's really scary. And I don't think that's where we want to be, especially with how things are going, like the previous speaker said. I am middle of the road on this. I see both sides. My son was born with one ear. Masking is hard with one ear. Trust me. And he has a special headband that he wears for his hearing aid. So it's connected. And then he wears like another thing with his mask or special gaiter, and then he has an FM system, but he does it. And why does he do it? Because he loves school and he wants to be in school. And my 7-year-old, when I was going to dinner last night, I was reading over Jake's email with my husband, and she was in the car and she was like, well, If that means I can be in school 5 days and see my friends, I guess I'll wear a mask. And I feel like if a 7-year-old can just figure it out, I feel like we can figure it out too as adults. I teach reading to struggling kids. They need to see my face. I need to see their face to see what we're doing. But they made amazing gains last year, and we can't forget that. And they're going to continue to make amazing gains. When they didn't make gains was when they were at home, when it was remote, when they couldn't get on, when we were shut down. We want our kids in school, and I think the best way that we can do that is by masking for now. Do I want to be maskless? Yes, trust me. And I do want to remind you, because I've been watching these meetings,
30
you guys
seconds.
have said time and time again, you trust Karen, you trust Jake, you will go with what they recommend. So I urge you to have their backs tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Jamie Lawson, 2 kids, So when we refer to science and listen to the doctors, we referring to Dr. Fauci, who literally gained a function with China and spent millions of dollars for that? Or are we going to listen to Gates, who's not even a doctor with the vaccines? Not really sure. This is beyond disappointing to be here tonight, although it is a blessing at the same time, because this gives reasons for the proud mamas and the proud papas to be here to come out full force to protect their children. It's disgusting the school did not, could not, or just chose not to listen to us at the last meeting 2 weeks ago. Because if you cared about our kids with the masking, we would not be here right now. We would have already settled it 2 weeks ago. There's a fork in the road. We all have choices right now. We can either be on the right side of history, defend all of our freedoms, or people need to step out of the way, because I'm not willing to give up my son's freedom or my own freedom just to wear a mask that is literally proven not to be effective. My choice, my body, right? Is that where we're still at? Let's see. Oh, so getting back to pick wisely, because whatever you guys choose tonight on how you want to mask, remember, all of you guys are going to be coming up for re-election, and a lot of us probably won't forget what your decisions will be. Emotions aside, here are the facts. Per the CDC, kids who drive to school are more likely to die from getting in an accident versus COVID. Masks are abused. They take away from the kids' ability to communicate. There's zero evidence that they work. There's bacterial pneumonia, headaches from decreased O2 stats, because you're not breathing out the stuff, your carbon dioxide. You're not breathing the stuff in because you have a mask on your face. Headaches, distractions, less empathy. Kids are frustrated and distracted, therefore not learning. God gave us a face for a reason, and it's not to be covered up with a face mask. 5-year-olds to 14-year-olds is 0.2% chance of them dying. 15-year-olds to 18-year-olds is 99.9998 8% per chance of survival. Let's see. Homicides are actually higher than COVID at 0.7, and suicides, the actual pandemic, is at 1.5%. Why are we not referring to that? Why are we not talking about that? Drownings at 0.5%, and fluid pneumonia are at 0.3%. Per CDC, the 12-year-olds to 17-year-olds, potentials for suicide spiked in the ER last year alone 23.2%. Why is that? Shelter them in their rooms, take away their freedoms, lock them out of the house, can't go hang out with your friends. I wonder why the suicide rate is up. You mask our kids, you will see a huge change in the parents, because I will not allow this power grab. You mask up, that's great, that's your choice, but do not force your decisions on my child. Stay in your lane. Hospitals are for hospitals, the school is for the schools. Let's see. And actually, one question, does anybody in this room actually do their own research, or we following up with just what people were told? Okay, that's good to see. At least I got 3 hands. Because I trust nobody at this point in time, not one person, not you guys, nobody. I'm gonna do my own research. I'm gonna go based on my own thing. So the fact that people are sitting up here saying that we're going to trust you, that right there is that should be a red flag to everybody.
Time is up.
Do your own, I'm sorry, what?
Time is up.
Oh, one last thing. I have a video from the CDC today that I recorded and did a voice thing with it. Anybody?
Thank you.
Hi, like I said, I'll be quick. I'm not a Lewiston resident, but I do have an autistic son. And he cannot wear a mask. He is forced to wear a mask at occupational therapy, but occupational therapy is his favorite thing, and he struggles through it. Maine is the only state without a medical exemption for masks. So if you go with option A, all students, including students who can't wear a mask, will have no medical exemption. We are the only state that has no medical exemption. So that's something to think about. The other thing, she mentioned the suicide rates last year were up 23%. They're up to 50% now. In Australia, the kids who can't take off their mask when they leave the house at all, they can't take off their masks. 90%. So it's also something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Margaret Shaver again. I'm a resident of Lewiston. I don't know where we're finding the science on the masks because there aren't a lot of real experts. And I have watched a video that was on Rumble of a mask expert who actually teaches doctors and nurses and medical personnel about the effectiveness and non-effectiveness of masks. And the fact that she actually said that it's like considering you're putting a chain link fence around your yard and expecting to keep out mosquitoes, because these viruses are so small, they can get through a mask. And I know your decisions are really, really difficult, and I do appreciate the difficulty of this situation that you're in. But the science that the CDC is coming out with is not from mask experts. They're just coming out with it themselves. So you can take it for what it is, and I appreciate you going with the option C. I think that we should leave it up to the parents to freedom. Absolutely. I think that you should leave it up to the parents
Please allow the
to
speaker
make
to
the
speak.
decisions for their children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Kevin Landry, longtime resident of Lewiston. I feel that mask wearing in schools should be optional. Contrary to popular belief, masks do not work, do not filter out the virus. Studies have shown that they are maybe 10% effective at blocking out the virus. Even the CDC's own study late last year in Georgia, where 90,000 students were analyzed in 169 schools, but the results showed that very minimal decline in cases from schools which had mask mandates compared to those that didn't. Very minimal decline. Children will don the mask at school and then enter a mask-free environment outside of school. This is a very inconsistent message that you're trying to send to children. Now, I realize COVID cases are up, but this new variant isn't as fatal as the original. And really, children are the population that are the least affected by this. To date, only one child in the state of Maine under 20 has died from COVID. More have died from the flu, more have died from drug overdoses, and from suicide. For a virus with a survival rate of over 99%, it's incomprehensible how rationality has been replaced by fear. Now, I am vaccinated. I wear a mask at work every day for 8 hours. So I know firsthand how uncomfortable they are. I can't imagine what it's like for a child having to endure hours of wearing one. And let's face it, most of them are just playing with them, not wearing them properly. Studies have shown that over time, bacteria does build up inside the mask, especially cloth. Also, children suffer breathing problems or anxiety attacks. One of the most troubling observations come from a Dr. Marguerite Grish-Brisson, who is one of Europe's leading neurologists and neurophysiologists. She has gone on record stating the rebreathing of our exhaled air will, without a doubt, create oxygen deficiency and a flooding of carbon dioxide. We know that the human brain is very sensitive to oxygen deprivation, end quote. If the harms outweigh the benefits, we cannot subject our
Time is
children
up.
to this.
Thank you.
I urge the school to make masks mandatory. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alicia Gaudet. I live on Moore Ave, and I am a parent to one student at Lewiston Public Schools. As a school board, you have a lot of responsibility. Your job is to provide an education for our children, but you are not responsible for the individual health. That job is for the parents. We are responsible for the health and well-being of our children. I've had to make a lot of tough decisions over the past year and a half, many of which went against what my gut was telling me was right. I literally allowed my child to run around a basketball court for months with restricted breathing because that was the only way that she could play a sport that she loves. I am so sick and tired of following rules that are complete nonsense. I've read as much information as I possibly can about COVID masks and vaccines. I have observed what is going on around me and in my community. At this time, I am more concerned with the long-term emotional effects of masks and restrictions on my children than I am of COVID itself. As a school board, you do not get to decide what fears are right or wrong. That is not your job. As parents, we know what is best for our children. So tonight I am asking you, the school board, to provide my child with an education and allow me, the parent, to be responsible for the health and emotional well-being and allow me to decide what is right for my child.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris Fournier. Live on Old Bloody Hill Road. Lewiston firefighter for 20 years. And we have a kid that's going to be a sophomore at Lewiston High. You have a thankless job. This is a very divisive topic. I mean, one side's not going to switch to the other and vice versa. We know that. You're never going to make everyone happy. And I see both sides, and I agree with some of both sides. But I'm here to present to you what we're seeing, what we're dealing with. We have a kid that loves school. She was happy. She was outgoing. Since this pandemic hit and she's been locked in our house for the last year and a half, she now has depression. She now has anxiety. She doesn't want to go to school, even though she only had to go to school 2 days a week for half a day. And I mean, she can't even order anything at Dunkin' Donuts. She's too scared. She can't deal with people. I have to order for her. And, the last 3 months of the summer, she's like coming back to life, no masking, no this, no social distancing, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just afraid she's going to go back to where she was, starting over with masking and with, potentially loss of school and remote learning, which was terrible. It was, I don't know how many times I caught her sleeping when she was supposed to be remote learning. So I appreciate that they're going back to school full time. I prefer option C, but we'll deal with whatever you vote on. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Barry Costa. I live in Harmony Lane. I am a parent of a beautiful, healthy boy. He's a senior this year. He's looking forward to the automotive program. I'm grateful for his opportunity to have this. It's something he's fell into and he's passionate about. This past weekend, I just got married. It's my second time. I'm really blessed. We almost didn't have the wedding. There was a funeral with the family, part of our family, the weekend before. And of the people that were carriers, it was people who were vaccinated. There's just no guarantee in any of this stuff. So half the family couldn't come. So I hear everybody. I feel everybody. I get this is a challenging topic. I really respect that the committee has tried to do their best and is doing their best. I didn't really plan what I was going to say. This is my first board meeting, and here it is. It's interesting because we all want a guarantee. We all want something that's certain. We want to know that it's going to be okay, that it's going to be forever, and it's guaranteed. this stuff is so up in the air. I respect science. I want there to be more evidence. And the challenge that I feel as a parent and find when I do my research is, where is all this evidence of the studies of one side or the other? And I don't know where that is. I guess if we're presenting an option, I would like to know where the evidence is that it's going to work or where it's coming from. And that's where I feel the most challenged with making a decision in any of this stuff. And so I just wonder, if we're talking about science, where's the studies? Where the documentation? Where is all that stuff that's being presented as we talk through these things? I believe that we all should have a choice in things. We all need to have freedom in feeling like that. And as a parent, I want to make sure my son feels empowered, that he knows things are getting better. As parents, we need to uplift our kids. If we keep pounding down in fear and that things are getting worse and worse, kids aren't going to want to live. They aren't going to want to continue on. It's our job to lift them up. And if we can remove the mask, it's a little bit more positive things in their life. At least they consider that things are getting better. Kids need that. We can't keep pressing them down with all of this. So I like the idea of a choice. I feel in my heart that everybody should have the freedom to choose. And I support Mrs. Bowden with the option of amended, because it feels the most optional. And I believe everybody should have the freedom to do that. And I want my son to grow up and be a healthy child, healthy adult from where he's at now as a young adult. And we've had conversation after conversation. I dragged him here tonight so he
30
could
seconds
hear
remaining.
all the choices we're adults are helping him to make. He doesn't have a say in this. And I want him to know why he is being either made to wear a mask or not being made to wear a mask, so he understands where it's coming from. I never knew all the choices the adults made in my life growing up, and I want him to know and be a part of that, have the awareness around it. Whatever we do, there has to be choice in it, or else people will feel oppressed and they're going to lash out, and it's not going to be good. So I want there to be choice. Whatever the boards decide in any of the options now and going forward, I would please ask that you always provide options and choice so that people feel as though they are empowered. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that guy. He had good things to say. My name is Kate. I'm actually a new hire. I'm the new school counselor, second school counselor at McMahon Elementary. And I want to start off by just addressing all the parents in the room, that I'm hearing a lot of frustration, and I'm hearing a lot of fear, and I'm hearing just a lot of emotions. And I just want to acknowledge that, because this isn't easy for anybody. I've been hearing a lot about individual freedoms, which I think are important. But what I think is more important is collective liberation. When we're talking about being liberated from the oppression of COVID-19, I think that making a quick choice for individual freedom now could keep all of us in chains longer. I heard a giggle, that's cute. The other thing that I'm thinking a lot about is my ability to do my job with masks. I have to risk or assess, in some cases, your students for their risk of suicide. I've had to do that with students with masks on, and it's possible. I'm able to do my job and assess the dysregulation level of students and then help them cope and co-regulate with masks on. It's super hard. You can't see a large percentage of my face, but I can do it. And our kids can do it, and we can do it. It's not a fun decision, and I don't envy you, as do probably none of us. But we're only going to get through it together. And if we have options, which in general I would support, I don't think we're going to all be together to liberate each other from this. So I appreciate your time. I am really looking forward to working in this district. And I hope that nobody gets COVID in our district, ultimately. And I think we can all get behind that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joel Furrow. I'm a community member and executive director at the Root Cellar. I'm sharing my personal opinions, not the opinions of the organization. But I sent an email to most of you, so I'm going to all of you earlier today, and so I'll not repeat myself on that area. But I want to speak to two things specifically. One is the data that is being moved around and talked about on both sides of this issue is just that. It's data on both sides of the issue. It's not easy. It's not difficult to find data that demonstrates from the NIH that you should wear a mask, from the CDC that you should wear a mask. It's not difficult to find data that supports the complete opposite reality. There are dozens and dozens of studies that demonstrate the lack of effectiveness of masks, specifically cloth masks, which is what our kids wear. There are studies that demonstrate the effectiveness of the N95 masks. However, those also demonstrate a lack of oxygen. And that is something that the NIH demonstrates in multiple studies. And so that data is not settled. That science is not settled at all. And so I would just encourage you, where there is not a demonstration of one side or the other in the data, there must be an option for parents to make good choices. The other thing I want to speak to is a demographic that's not being represented here tonight. And I don't speak for the Tree Streets. I don't speak for the diversity that it represents. They didn't ask me to do that, but I am speaking out of my real concern for that. I've studied a foreign language in a classroom setting, and one of the most key components of that is watching someone's mouth move, connecting that with what you're hearing, and vice versa. It is extremely important in learning a different language. Many of our students in this district come from in this school system come from homes where English is not the primary language. This is something we all know, and also something that I know each of you care deeply about. And I've watched kids struggle this past year to be understood and to understand what another person is saying. And that when that's being done in multiple languages or with multiple home languages, it is extremely difficult. That's key to education. And so part of your job tonight is to make sure that education is afforded to everybody in your district. And I think that the reality that of the barrier to the education that a mask represents to someone who doesn't speak the same language, and this is my opinion, again, just sharing it, not speaking for anyone in particular, I can't imagine what that's doing to those kids directly. I've watched them struggle. I've seen it happen. They're resilient, yes, but you don't have to ask them to be more resilient. We don't have to ask more of them than this. It's unnecessary to ask this.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Joel.
I'm Nick Danforth again. I live in Lewiston and I have 3 children too that attend here. And it's funny today that we started this meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. You know why I think that's funny? Because in it, it says, with liberty and justice for all. I may not be a school teacher, but when you look up the definition of liberty, it says this: the state of being free within society from oppressive restrictions imposed by authority on one's way of life, behavior, or political views. That's one definition. The second definition says the power or scope to act as one pleases. We have 0 of that if you are trying to mandate or require anything on my children. Now, since you guys all love science and data sets, I'll present you some because we have seen none from that side of the table that support any of your arguments. So the current population of America is 328.2 million people. And of that, there's 74 million school-age children, more exactly 0 to 17 years old. Where do I get that info? From the CDC website. That's how they break down the graphic. So of those deaths in that age group of COVID, there are literally 385 deaths in that age bracket. In 2019 or 2020 or 21, excuse me, that was 20. In 21, we have currently sitting number of 187. So the fact that we're here arguing with mask, no mask, mandate this, mandate that, over something that has like a very, very small chance of death, and actually also a number from the CDC, it's a 0.02% chance of death if you catch COVID. Now, the funny part about that is we lose more people to diabetes every year. Now, we lost the 385 people that we talk about, 0 to 17 years old. That same year, we lost 887 people to pneumonia. Where's the mandates? Where's the fear? Anyone scared? I didn't think so. Probably because you're not being told to be. Now, call me crazy, but
30
that's
seconds
230% more deaths than COVID. Not scared? It's weird. Now, we lost 636 children, 12 and under, in car accidents. They have a bigger chance of dying on the bus that has no seatbelt going to school than they do of COVID. Now, diagnosed of diabetes, which we could regulate everything since the regulation come from the FDA on all these things that we eat and intake into our bodies, 15% chance of death of diabetes if you're diagnosed with it from a physician. 7% chance if you're undiagnosed. You have a 7% chance right now of dying of diabetes.
Thank you. Your time is up.
You see any regulations?
Good evening. My name is Kara Corshane and I live in Ward 2 and my daughter will start kindergarten soon at Montello School. I just want to start off by saying that it's absolutely disgusting that we're sitting here talking about a certain number of kids' deaths being acceptable. So I'm just going to start there. My husband, daughter, and I moved to Lewiston last September. For my family, Lewiston is a new and different place to live. For me, I'm home. I grew up in downtown Lewiston on Howe Street. Who I am today is because I am a product of this school system. And despite the fact that I live in a very different place in Lewiston now, our 5-year-old daughter will attend the same school I did. Our daughter is the most spirited, funny, and smart person I know. And although she's only 5, she understands that we wear masks to take care of ourselves and because we care about other people. We shouldn't and we can't make life-changing decisions based on whether or not the results will be hard. If that was the case, I don't know that any of us in this room would be married or have children. Instead, we must make these decisions based on the best information that we have. Superintendent, thank you for your leadership and for your thoughtful consideration of this issue. My family really appreciates it. Thank you to the members who have supported masking in schools. The idea that anyone here would vote against certain COVID precautions because it's not a big deal that a certain number of children are allowed to die is a real low bar. And frankly, it's not just disappointing, it's dangerous and not based on the reality of the situation our community is facing. It's certainly not the kind of calculus I want being made when it's about my baby's health, safety, and life. This is a really challenging and scary time. It is really hard. And yet we could all take a page from Princess Anna and Frozen. Thank you, Peanut Gallery. All we can do right now is the next right thing, even when it's hard. I really urge you to not accept the person representing my ward because she does not represent what a lot of folks in our ward really truly believe, a number of whom are here tonight. Our kids are depending on us to do the next right thing. And they
I missed your
deserve our
30-second notice. You
protection.
have 15 seconds. I was listening. I apologize.
They deserve to be as healthy and safe as possible as they learn to be the next leaders of our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jermaine and I'm resident of Lewiston.
I'm sorry. The only person that should be speaking is the person at the mic, please. No, nobody that's not at the mic should be speaking, please. Nobody interrupted. Let's be adults. We're interrupting the woman at the podium. Can we please stop doing that? Thank you.
Wow.
Sorry,
Can we
please
just
continue.
respect each other as an adult? If I can give all of you guys a hug, I would. We all been through so much.
Stop talking!
Please,
Ma'am,
please allow the person at the mic.
We all been through so much. So if we could have given each other a hug right now, it would be amazing, but we can't. So let's just do this. And, you know, we all have our opinion. Let's just do this and go home, have another day tomorrow. So I'm here because I'm going to speak for myself and y'all can get mad if you want. I have 3 kids. One is going to high school and one is going middle school. And my little boy is going to go to pre-K. He was born with so much. I don't know how he did to be here today. So if he's going to wear a mask to go to school, and that's what's going to save him, that's what I'm going to do as a mom. I'm protecting him. I don't know when he was little, I don't know what kind of shot he got, what he didn't get, who knows? Do you know? You begging the doctor to save him, and they do their best, and that's what they do. I think everybody is doing their best. So let's just be an adult and support each other. And if you choose to do what you want to do, do it. You're an adult. There's not should be any insult here. Everybody doing so hard. Everybody working so hard. So thank you, all of you, to take your time tonight to be here. And I'm just happy my kids are going to school. Last year was so hard. It was so hard they didn't learn anything. If they're going to wear masks to go to school and have the education that they need, that's what they're going to do. So thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Parks and Superintendent Langley. My name is Susan St. Hilaire. I'm a teacher at Lewiston High School.
Could you remove her mask to speak, please?
I'd prefer not to.
So if you could just maybe speak a little louder, thank you.
Thank you. First, I want to state that students in my class masked last year. I'm a teacher at the high school emotional behavioral program, which you'd think they'd have trouble masking. They did so. They had no problems with it. I taught, they learned a lot when we were in school, and I'd like to make sure that we're in school as much as we can be this year. I recently attended a webinar for teachers and school personnel where the Maine Commissioner of Education, Penda Macon, and Dr. Hagler, the president of the American Academy of Pediatrics, both presented information and recommendations for the start of school this year. Both recommended mandatory masking on buses and in schools at this time. In fact, Commissioner Macon stated that if school districts choose required masking, students will benefit as they will not have to quarantine as much with the new requirements. These people are highly qualified professionals in the fields of education and pediatric health and are provided with the most up-to-date information about the risks of COVID in the state of Maine and will continue to monitor it and share information with districts as things change. I appreciate the new recommendations by Superintendent Langley and hope the board approves option A since it is the best way to meet the needs of all students and staff. This will help all students and staff be as safe as possible, which we all have a right to be in our classrooms, especially those who may be at high risk or have family members who are at high risk. If masks are not required, these students will have no other way to get their education since there is not a virtual option this year. And I don't know how many students this will affect. I mean, maybe you do, but I think it will be quite a few. This will result in a group of students left behind if we do not require masks. In fact, I have an incoming student who would be affected by this. Her father is going through cancer treatments. So if students in my class are not masking, I'm sure she will be very anxious and I will probably lose her this year. And one child is too many to lose at this point. Thank you very much. Support option A, please.
Thank you, Sue.
Good evening, everyone. Chair, Superintendent, Councilman. My name is Steve Bannister. I live at 385 Randall Road, Lewiston, Maine. I didn't expect to be here tonight, but we're watching the meeting online at home. And I have 34 years expertise with respiratory protection. And I wanted to bring the law into this. And so if there's a requirement of any kind, I've had this sent around. It's very straightforward. We want to make sure that if the teachers are going to be urged, instructed, or mandated to wear a filtering face piece or a face covering, in my expertise over the last 20 years, I've fit test thousands of people, and there's a process to do that. Excuse me. And it requires the first thing, if you're going to put an obstruction over somebody's breathing zone, it's an extremely detrimental
experiment. You don't mess around with that. There's a procedure which follows, it states this. It's 29 CFR 1910.134C. You can look it up online. It's available to everybody who's watching, and it tells you exactly what you need to do if you're going to mandate that your employees, not the students, but your employees are going to have to, by mandate, wear respiratory protection. The funny little, whatever you're wearing for face coverings don't work. You can wear whatever symbol you want. It's not a filtering face piece. If you want your employees to be protected, you want your city representatives to be protected properly. Look it up. It's easy to find. I can help you with it. I work for a company in Auburn. We're the largest 3M industrial distributor in New England. We're top 3 in the country. We sold Abbott tape for making the test kits. So we did really great over the last year and a half. But above and beyond that, we supply the marine industry. They work with fiberglass, Bath Iron Works, Maine Medical Center. We hit all the big boys. I know what I'm talking about.
30
I'm not
seconds
joking.
remaining.
Pardon me?
There's 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. And we can help. It doesn't benefit me. You guys have mass supplies of N95 respirators. What my deal is, I want to make sure that your employees are wearing them properly throughout the state. I'd love to get in contact with all superintendents in the state and provide this service. It's simple. It's online. You can bring people in.
Time is up. Thank you.
Not interested.
I don't know that right now is an opportunity for a sales pitch, but thank you. I think he'll reach out to you if he needs that. No, it is, but it's 3 minutes and the time is up.
Good evening, committee. My name is.
Can-
Hi. Sorry.
If we have one more interruption of the person at the mic by the people in the audience, I'm going to have to start asking people to leave, and I don't want to do that. So if you could please refrain from speaking over the person at the mic, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead.
No worries. My name is Craig Pugh. I'm a resident of Lewiston. I have 3 children that will be attending Geiger this year. They're all under 12, which means they cannot get vaccinated. I am vaccinated. I don't agree with a lot of you. In my opinion, you're kind of crazy, but I wear this to protect you. My kids will wear theirs to protect your kids because they're going to like to play together. And I want our kids to all play together. I want us to be able to enjoy each other as humans. We do this to protect each other. I don't understand why something as silly as wearing a little thing has become so divisive. Very, very shortly, I will continue to do this. My kids will continue to do it to protect the greater good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nobody's speaking?
Nobody should be speaking because there was no one at the mic. I'm going to ask you
Ma-
again, unless you're at the mic, please do not. speak.
Madam Chair, point of order. Can I make a motion to shut down public comment?
We still have people that would like to speak, and we have several hands that have been patiently waiting online. I think if audience members can just control themselves and not speak unless they're at the mic, that is the appropriate thing to do. Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. My name is Matt Jaded. I have 2 children. I have, Lewis. Have we been here for a while? Live on Montello Street. I have 2 kids in Lewiston Public Schools. I've shared with you something that has a link, and I will just briefly summarize it. At the end of that page, if you wish to look at it, there are links to articles from the Public Library of Science, Nature, the leading journals in our nation and around the world, with authors publishing research from literally all around the world. This gentleman who just spoke said, yes, this cloth mask is not the same as an industrial scale protection. but there's excellent research that says it cuts the transmissibility.
Mr. Jaden, if you wouldn't mind my interrupting and keep pause time, is this the document that you had shared prior? Because I can put it up so people know
It's
what you're
okay.
referencing.
It's okay. No, don't worry. The summary of what I wanted to say was that you are right now also, I've spoken about probabilities. I've spoken about, I don't know, I can't remember, and you're tired and I'm tired. You are making an economic decision for our community. More than 50% of the households in Lewiston have a median income of under $50,000 and a per capita mean income of closer to $26,000. That's from the 2020 census. If you are making $12 an hour and you work 52 weeks a year for 40 hours a week, that's roughly $25,000. If you are lucky and you only have a doctor's visit with something like COVID or the flu, it's about $1,000. Quick, Luke, how many weeks of salary is that? At $12. I'll help you out. It's 2. And that's not 2 weeks after groceries and rent. That's 2 weeks of salary. It's not salary, actually. It's an hourly wage, and you are an at-will employee, and you can be fired if you say, my kid's sick, I got to go home, and say, yeah, thanks. So what I'm trying to say is that you are actually making extremely weighty economic decisions for our community. Member Bowden, Member Jensen, particular Member Jensen, you're voting on behalf of City Council. Are you voting in the economic best interest of our community? Or are you voting your own personal views? Because I think the best interest of our community is to keep people in work, and part of that is keeping kids in school. And I've got the math for you there. Member Bowden, last week you spoke eloquently and passionately about supporting the superintendent, and the first thing you did was slip a knife in his ribs. What you did is you came in and amended his third recommendation to make it the same as August 2nd. And that is what you did. Effectively. And so my ask is that as a board, you consider
Time is up.
voting down her amendment and going with option A. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Beth Wood. I actually wasn't planning on speaking. But I think it's pretty simple. I think, again, you have people who want a mask, people who don't. I think as a parent, I'm asking just for the option. Let me choose what my kid wears, what my kid doesn't wear, and let us make those choices. If you want to wear a mask, if you want to vaccinate, I power to you, do it. I think you shouldn't be telling others what they should be putting on their face, what they should be allowed to do and what they cannot do. I think the mental health of our children are more important. And I think the mental health issues with mandating this and causing all this chaos and fear, I think you're just causing more anxiety for our children, in my opinion. So I'm asking for option 2, decide on our own. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the online.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Good evening. My name is Megan Hurd, and I live in Ward 6. My son will be starting kindergarten this year. I want to first start by thanking each of you for advocating for our children these last 18 months during a pandemic where most things have been uncertain. I am a parent of 2 young children. I am a stay-at-home mom, and my number one job is to be a parent. Certain members of this committee are not parents. You don't know the daily worry and concern for a child. You don't worry day in and day out about the choices you make and how those will shape their futures. Yet you are now trying to tell us how to be parents. Committee member Potvin, when you worked as a corrections officer, you wouldn't allow your inmates tell you how to do your job. Committee member Mayors Collins, you wouldn't let anyone off the street walk into the Androscoggin DA's office and tell you how to perform your job. It is our jobs as parents to do what we think is best for our children. What may work for one does not necessarily work for another. We are all individuals. That's what makes our world so diverse and beautiful. According to the CDC website, COVID in children under the age of 12 make up only 6% of the cases in the US. The global survival rate for COVID is between 97 and 99.5%. These statistics are consistent with the seasonal flu. So let our children breathe. Why is there now a push to require masks in schools? Why was this voted on in the beginning of August? And the vote was to allow for optional masking in school. Could it possibly be that this is more about politics than about what is best for our children? How is it that children and teachers have gone to school all summer long with no masks and it's been fine? How is it that there is currently no mask mandate from our governor, but you want to mandate them in schools? I understand the need to try and find a solution that works for all. I have been talking with other committee members, and the general consensus is to allow for optional masking when COVID numbers are low to moderate, and then requiring masking when numbers are substantial to high. Let's revisit from time to time or when community transmission changes. Let the people that are equipped to make decisions for the children make those decisions, the parents of this community. I don't want my child to miss out on another normal year of school.
30 seconds remaining.
I don't want the children of this community to miss out on another year of school because are you forcing them on something that doesn't work? Our children aren't able to effectively create bonds with their teachers and peers or if they are behind a mask. When my son walks into that building for the first time this fall, seeing his teacher with a smile on his face will reassure him. It will make him feel comfortable in a strange place with strange people. Think of the impact one smile could make on a child that is unsure, scared, or our children that have language barriers. In closing, I would like to thank you for taking the time to listen to the
Time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Members of the board, my name is Abby Morton. I'm a first grade teacher at Connors. I am fully vaccinated and I will be considering my responsibility to my community this year and will personally be masking in order to protect the humans around me. We absolutely have rights, but we cannot forget about our responsibility to each other, especially the youngest members of this community. I want more than anything to be in the classroom this year with kids. I was full remote last year. It was a long year. Masking in K-12 is one of the safest and most reliable ways we can help protect these children and our community as a whole. I've watched time and time again as Lewiston rallies for the benefit of one another. That's the kind of community I want to teach in. As parents and teachers in Lewiston, we must continue to advocate for the safety of our children 100%. I do hear the concern about masking inconsistencies at recess and lunches. And even though children will still have interactions with each other at a maskless during 2 parts of their day, there are extreme cases such as students with health conditions, and they have options if the school mandates masking. If a high-risk student is unsafe with unmasked peers on the playground, he or she has the option, for example, to find alternatives. Teachers are really skilled at being able to differentiate for diverse needs, like finding ways to take breaks in the gym or on the field with proper distancing for a small group of masked peers that need it. So I, as a teacher of a high-risk student, would move mountains to be able to offer them a more isolated space to eat their lunch so they would not have to choose between their health or feeding their bodies. These students do not have the choice whether to come into the building to access their education, but we can give them other choices. This is not the time to take risks, not with their education and human lives. Please fully follow the CDC guidelines and mandate masks for K-6 students in Lewiston. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you move anyone over, Rachel, were you waiting to speak?
Yeah, I can't stand up for a long time because of my back, so I was in line, but.
I didn't realize that. I apologize.
No, that's fine.
So my name is Rachel Nadeau and I live in Ward 2 and I teach at Lewiston High School. Now I want to be frank with all of you, I really don't want to wear masks. I have asthma and it's really hard to breathe in these masks when it's 80 degrees in my room. But I support Superintendent Langlis's proposal to require wearing masks during school hours when community transmission is determined to be moderate or higher. I think it would be very short-sighted not to do so. Now, I grew up in a neighborhood where the neighbors were there for like 40 years. And they really came to care about each other. They were more like family. Our parents were baby boomers, the generation who tuned into their black and white TVs and watched images of their peers clinging to life in iron lungs, and listened to controversies regarding the pertussis vaccine. In the 60s and 70s, when most of the children were born in that neighborhood, our parents drove us home from the hospital in cars that got 8 miles to the gallon on leaded fuel as we were nestled in the arms of our mothers who were not belted in the seats. When my brother was born in 1980, our caring neighbors pooled their money to buy my parents a car seat 5 years before car seats were mandated in every state. 1980 was also the same year that the World Health Organization declared that smallpox had been eradicated thanks to a vaccine. Had the COVID-19 pandemic happened at that time, and had the medical experts and the government told my parents and neighbors that they should mask up and take their chances with a new vaccine because they were the best options to protect not only themselves, but one another, that's what they would have done. They were not communist sheep or frightened snowflakes. They wouldn't have believed the government was taking their freedoms or the media was making everything up. And they certainly wouldn't have been in denial about the existence of a pandemic to fit their own narratives. They would have worn masks and they would have taken their chances with the vaccine, not only for themselves, but because they understood that it was what they had to do to protect their neighbors and community. My parents and neighbors set a good example for me growing up, which is why, in spite of my own health struggles, I think students and staff
30
should be
seconds remaining.
required to wear masks when school is in session. I was raised to believe we have an obligation to one another. This is not about me. It is about doing the best we can do with what we have to protect our children and one another. Masks and vaccines may not be the perfect solutions to fight COVID-19, but it is what we have, and masks should be required in our schools when COVID-19 transmission is moderate or higher for the greater good of our school community.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and the rest of the Lewiston Public Schools School Committee. My name is Nicole Pendexter. I'm a teacher at Lewiston Middle School, an LEA school representative, and most recently a 7th, 8th grade social studies teacher on ELMS. My statement is my own and not representative of LEA. First, though, a question. Does masking include use of a face shield like it did last year? I'm just curious because that's a question that might be a, if someone couldn't wear a mask, would they be able to?
I think my recommendation would be to email your school administrator with that question.
Okay, that's not for me personally. It was just a question as to for students or things like that too. But to continue on with what I was going to say, due to my medical condition, I was not able to be in a physical classroom last year. Thankfully, I was able to be vaccinated, taught summer school, and I'm excited to return to my physical classroom full of students this year. During summer school, we did not have masks. The conditions have changed. The COVID variant was not as rampant as it is now. My classroom this year currently has 23 8th graders who will not be able to be socially distanced within my classroom. It is very hot in my classroom. I certainly would love air conditioning, but I will still be wearing my mask due to my medical condition and the fact that several doctors have said that I'd most likely end up in the hospital if I got COVID-19. Last night, I attended the back to school event at Kennedy Park. It was wonderful. I had my mask with me. However, being outdoors with plenty of spacing, I chose not to wear it. Indoors around others where social distancing is not possible, I wear my mask to reduce my exposure to COVID-19 and the Delta variant. I am concerned about the safety of our students and staff with optional masking. My concern for the safety of all has returned because of the increase in COVID-19 cases and, more importantly, the Delta variant. ELMS last year was successful for many reasons. In my opinion, one reason it found success was because it was consistent and focused on social emotional learning and empathy. Students informally reported to me that they were experiencing less anxiety because it was consistent. Students didn't have to worry if their schedules would change because of the quarantines or the hybrid schedule. Once the vaccine was approved for ages 12 and up, many students felt less anxiety and joy at returning to the school environment. Many didn't know that this virus would change. ELMS and other remote learning options were used last year are not available this year. Having all students in school at the same time would allow students to have the social interactions they missed out last year. Masking would allow that. I ask you to please vote no to option C and to make a motion for option A, mandatory masking while indoors for all, regardless of vaccination status. It would allow everyone to potentially have less anxiety, all while limiting the spread of the Delta variant, allow interactive teaching and learning in groups, and allow all students to be in the classroom in person, all while in a consistent environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. My name is Donna Olson, and I'm a teacher at Lewiston High School. I want to start by thanking Superintendent Langlays and letting you know how much I appreciate your willingness to listen and to be flexible and revise your recommendation. I've written to all of you before, so I'm going to be brief. I'm here tonight to once again ask you to trust the recommendations of medical and scientific experts like the CDC, like the NIH, like Dr. Shaw, and follow them by implementing a mandatory mask program with option A, as Superintendent Langlays recommends. With regards to option C, it would not adequately protect the most vulnerable at the high school or middle school. Our students walk through the halls of our schools every day, and they see posters that encourage them to be safe and be responsible and be respectful. By implementing option A, you have the opportunity to show them that despite having a huge difference of opinions, adults can rise above it and come together and do the right thing to care for the health and safety of the whole community. So I thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Hey, oh, sorry, could you just, she already moved someone over because I didn't stop her in time.
Melinda, you're pretty sweet. Sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Melinda Karen. I am a special education teacher at Lewiston High School. This will be my 14th year there as a teacher. I've also been a school board member for RSU 12 for 6 years. I'm currently not one, but am going to be returning. So I see both. I have a unique perspective as a school board member, but also as an educator. If any of you remembered, I had spoken earlier in the summer. I am high risk. I have ITP, which keeps me from being able to get vaccinated. I absolutely cannot get the vaccine. I was remote last year due to asthma, bronchiectasis, a heart condition, and a blood disorder. The only thing that has changed from June to now for someone of a high risk status is time, and that the Delta variant has gotten worse. I am not able to stay home any longer because we are not offering remote. So that gives me no option, unless I want to be homeless, is to come into your building and teach. Do I miss my students? Absolutely. Do I want to be in the building? Yes, but I want to be there safely. And at this time, how do I do that if you're not going to require everyone to be masked? So my only options with my family is to buy life insurance to hope that my family can continue their lifestyle after I get the Delta variant and die. And that is not anything I would want any of you to have to experience, to sit there with your spouse and pick out life insurance. Do I have a better chance of survival if everyone around me masks? Absolutely. Do our children have a better chance of survival with their masks? Absolutely. As educators and as school board members, it is our responsibility to make the appropriate choices for our children and our staff members as educated adults. That is our job. That is your job as a school board member when you took your oath. I took that oath and you took that oath. We need to put the emotions aside and we need to make educated decisions based on scientific evidence that is reliable, not a Rumble or a People magazine article. It needs to be a reliable source. I ask all of you to do what you signed up to do, make good choices for the people that you are responsible for, and keep our most vulnerable people safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Approach the podium.
Julie LaPlante, Montello School District, and a couple points. One, I feel like by saying it's optional, it's also taking that right away from my kids that I'm saying you need to mask to protect your grandparents and your aunts and uncles, and by all the elderly people that they might come in contact with, by letting that be a choice. Because I don't know the precautions that another family that is not masking, I don't know what precautions that they're taking. And then my kids are in their class, the same classroom as those kids. On another note, when asked about the face shield, you suggested that they go back to the individual principals, was my understanding. If you're going to mandate masks, or make them optional, either way, school district-wide, the face masks, the face shield should follow that same rule. I don't agree with it being specific to a school because that principal feels that it's that they want their kids, certain kids, to be able to have a face shield for health reasons. It should be district-wide, because you've got some kids that are at different schools within the same family, and you have one high school kid, okay, you can't wear a face shield, middle school kid, you can, and then who knows for the elementary school. It needs to be consistent. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please. Sorry. Thank you. Pam, can you hear us? She's muted, Dave. Is that something that you can we override her muted or?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Okay. My name is Pam Rasmussen. I'm a speech pathologist at Montello Elementary School. I want to thank Superintendent Langlis for looking at the current science-based facts about the Delta variant and changing his mind about masking at school. Our teaching is based on evidence-based educational research, and our decision about masking and keeping our students and staff on valid scientific studies. I want to share some valid science-based information that I've gathered with the help of my sister, who is a physician. Children under 12 may not get emergency permission for vaccination from FDA until late fall or possibly January 2020. 99% of COVID in Maine is the Delta variant. Unvaccinated people are 26 times more likely to contract the Delta variant than vaccinated people. The Delta variant is twice as contagious as the original variant. Now, 1/5 of positive COVID cases are children. Children are there's increase of children being hospitalized, going to the ICU, and being on ventilators. Based on science, masking works when everyone wears a mask to decrease the transmission of COVID. COVID is transmitted by droplets of COVID virus in the air from someone not wearing a mask with COVID. At the elementary level, a student without a mask who is positive could be in all parts of the classroom during the 6 hours during the day, spreading droplets all over the room. Masking for both students and staff have been recommended by the Maine Association of Pediatrics, the Maine CDC, the Maine DOE Commissioner of Education. I would ask that option C not be voted on, and that I would recommend that option A, that is recommended by Superintendent Langless, be voted on.
Thank you.
James, you're free to speak.
James, can you hear us? We can't hear you. I'm not sure if there's a problem on our end or yours, but we can't hear you, James.
Hello?
Hi.
Hey, there we go. Okay. So my name's Ashley. James is my husband. But we live in Lewiston. We've got a little one who goes to school right there at Connors, and he's supposed to be heading into first grade. Now, my husband, he contracted COVID in May, and he got pretty sick. Thankfully, he didn't have to go to the hospital, but he did have to go to the doctors. And he's now his lung function is diminished. He had to quit his job at Bath Iron Works because he could not wear the equipment that was required to do his job. So that it really hit us hard. And I really appreciate what everyone, is how the school is handling everything. And what we are looking at right now is, we have to wager risking, my husband getting sick again, possibly, having it being worse, versus our son having a good education, because we're looking at homeschooling him, but neither of us is really equipped to give him the proper education that he needs. The school has been amazing at teaching him. And he's got some learning disabilities, which you guys have done amazing to step in and help us make sure that he's getting what he needs. So we appreciate that, and we hope that we can be able to send him to school this year safely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jessica Bouchard. I am a Lewiston resident. I have 2 kids that go. I have one that's going to be starting middle school and one that is in kindergarten. I just want to say that we strongly feel that option C is the best way to go. I keep hearing everybody talking about, well, mask and mask and mask. Well, that's your option. So if you want to wear a mask, then wear a mask. And for the ones that don't want to, you shouldn't be mandating that they put one on. That is against our rights as Americans to just, have our freedom. It's wrong. It's totally wrong. And I'm watching this meeting, and more than half of everybody is not wearing a mask. So if you're going to mandate it on our children, why aren't you, as school board members, why don't you have them on? You guys, that's so hypocritical. It's frustrating. So please, you need to really, really strongly consider option C. Thank you.
Thank you.
How are you free to speak?
Hi, my name is Hawa Abdul. I'm a Lewiston Public Schools employee. I just want to thank everybody for being here. And I just want a special shout out to Jake Langlis and Madam Chair for trying to tell people to be respectful. I do support the recommendation of mask mandate because the masks do work. For those of you who said does not work, I don't know about you, but it does work. And the other thing I want to say is, can we ask the kids to speak in here? Because would you rather have your children be homeschooled and be remote? And I quite frankly, the kids are more happy wearing the mask, respectful, than the adults that are in here. The other thing is, for those who says that the mask doesn't work for kids who speak languages other than English, they do. For them being in school for 2 days, you know how much it helps them? A lot. So I do support a masking mandate. Let's just do our part and just wear a mask if we just want to keep kids 5 days a week. And for those of you who like to put their personal agenda here, we need to ask, this is an equity issue. If we all go remote, you know how many kids are gonna gonna be behind? So many of them. So please put your personal issues agenda aside, and let's all work together, because we're all in this together, because this is a real pandemic. I thank you.
Thank you, Hawa.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi there. I am a citizen of Lewiston in Ward 1 and also teach at a Lewiston Elementary School. And I just wanted to give my 2 cents for the support of option A. I want to keep all of our kids safe. I want to stay safe. I have a mother who's immunocompromised, who's 80, who I take care of once a week, and I have a pregnant daughter. But most of all, I want to keep my community safe. I've been speaking to a lot of my neighbors who are shocked at what's going on in our school district with the choice of options for masks. And so again, I hope that we can go with option A. And the last thing that no one brought up that I think might be important to consider is the polarization of masks and not masks. When you make it mandatory, kids don't have to be singled out for wearing a mask, and they don't have to be singled out for not wearing one. And the kind of culture and climate that we're seeing in the meeting tonight won't be occurring in our schools, hopefully, on the playground or in the lunchroom. Students won't be feeling like they're identified as one way or the other, and our climate in the schools will be much happier. So again, I hope that we can stick with Superintendent Langlis's option A. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you already speak on this? Okay, go ahead, please. Thank you, Jay. Oh, just don't trip over the courts.
Hi, Jay Rich, ELL teacher at McMahon and GR chair for LEA. I just wanted to speak quickly. I'm very glad that Hawa spoke. She works with the ELL department, and I've heard some concerns about masking and the students that don't speak English. As an ELL teacher, I will say, yeah, there was a little bit of a barrier with that. It's hard to see how to make a sound, but to say that they weren't able to make educational gains is not correct. I have students that went from not speaking at all to I couldn't get them to stop, which is what I wanted, and that was great. So I will say that sure, it's a challenge. but it doesn't make it impossible. And I think Member Potvin could also speak to that because he's been in my classroom and they're able to communicate. And I also support option A and would like all of the members to support Superintendent Langlis's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. This is Linda Scott. I live in Ward 1. First off, I just want to say that I don't envy the decision you have to make this evening. And I also would like to state that I greatly appreciate that you have given so many people the opportunity to speak, whether they are for or against the mask. A couple of weeks ago on August 2nd, when Superintendent Langlais first presented his recommendations to the school committee, I felt that it was very important that parents have the choice. I also said at that meeting that I felt that it was very important that this was a fluid conversation and that we pay very close attention to what is happening in our community across the state and across the country and what is recommended in respect to this virus. I have great faith that Superintendent Langlais has every interest in our students and our parents at our schools. And I would highly recommend that we listen to what our superintendent is recommending. And I know this is not easy for a lot of people, but the superintendent has always thought about our schools, our staff, and our students first. And I trust in the decision that he makes. And I would hope that you all trust in his work and trust that what he is doing. He has not led us wrong from the day that he got into that position. And I don't believe that he will lead us in a direction that is wrong at this point. Again, I reiterate, it's not an easy decision. I thank you for allowing everybody to speak. I thank you for allowing me to speak. But I want the parents to understand that Jake Langlais has the best interest of all of our students, all of them, at heart when he makes these decisions. Trust in him, because I, as a parent in this community, trust in him. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Melody, you're free to speak.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. I am Melody Diane Click, an elementary teacher at Farwell, and I have a son at Lewiston High School. Now, as educators, we've been taught to differentiate so that all our students are learning in the ways they need. I'd love to see our school board tonight try their best to meet all the needs of students, parents, and staff. And it's tough, but I know options A and B would only be half. So I'm recommending option C. I have concerns and suggest option C because I'm concerned for those working out in sports and in phys ed class. To have the airflow restricted with masks is very difficult. And I think, quite honestly, it's ridiculous to ask people to do aerobics and prevent their breathing. Second concern, multiple germs are on the insides of the masks. It puts us more at risk. The moisture harboring microbial contamination of bacteria and funguses. Concern number 3, the cleanliness of each person's masks. How often do we all clean our masks? Every day? Because that's the way to make them effective. And my 4th concern is the comfort with talking with others. It's hard not to be able to read their lips and they be able to read my lips. It was hard last year, I've heard. I taught remotely and loved it. I wish I could this year, but that's all right. It was hard last year for students to hear teachers, but now this year when we have double the size, it's going to be even harder. So can we please compromise and possibly have option 3 and even possibly put in there if we need to sports mask-free for players. It was successful during the summer and outside, and I believe we can do it now too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Am I all set?
Yes.
All set. Jason Lavoy, 125 Pine Street. I'd like to echo Linda Scott and also add that not only should we put our trust in Superintendent Langlis as a community because he has the best interest in mind. He has access to all the data that comes from Dr. Neerav Shah of the Maine CDC, the Department of Education, but also we should have eye value in the teachers that spoke tonight. And those teachers, from what I saw, overwhelmingly support the idea of mandating masks in Lewiston Public Schools during school hours. Our teachers are the best we have, and we should also listen to the doctors. So listen to both the doctors and the educators when you make your decision. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Before Hawa, it looks like she wants to speak again. We have a person that hasn't spoken yet here in person. Oh, she put her hand back down. Okay, never mind. No, you go ahead. Sorry. Just confusing people.
My name is Sarah Pomelo. I have 2 students in Lewiston Public Schools, and I am a teacher in Lewiston Public Schools. And I really appreciate Joel Furrow, what he spoke. He has no idea, but he was able to put what was in my head a lot this week, and I couldn't figure out how to say it eloquently. So I won't belabor that, but thank you. The first point to just as I found today, as I was trying to read information and gather information, is I was able to look for an article or a research on the CDC website that talked about necessity of masking, while I also was able to read on that same website discussion about how children, transmission rate is low, really it should be more about the adults. And so for I could find that. And that even, we see that tonight. I had experiences in the classroom where I was able to communicate well with students, students who speak English or were ELL learners, or English language learners, sorry. But I also did have challenges in where they told me it was hard, or not just based on the language that they speak or were learning, but if they were a shy or a more quiet person and hesitant to ask questions, the barrier over their face furthered that. I do think that I said a couple weeks ago, and I do believe it, that we need to trust our leadership. I think I can say that and also say that I don't think any of the options that were put out there by Superintendent Langlis would have been put out if he thought any of them were unsafe. I don't want to speak for him, but that would be my understanding based on what I've seen. So with that said, and I'm not a teacher that's willing to put all things that came with the pandemic behind. I'm actually one that I do want to move ahead with some of what got left behind last year, which was the education, the ability to interact, facilitate discussion, question, answer, back and forth, social emotional activities that really help our students become well-rounded citizens and community members. And so for that, I am just asking for you to support option C with the amendment, or and I'm a member of Ward 2. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Matthew Egrin, Ward 5. I didn't come here to speak tonight. I came here to listen to see what people were saying. I support the option C with the amendment suggested. I have one student in the school, but I'm uncle to a number of kids in a number of school system. Last year, I talked to the superintendent about my child and how the remote schooling system failed as far as I was concerned. I really don't think we need to go back to the remote system, but I do think it needs to be in place this year. So it should, God forbid, we end up back there, there's an actual working plan, unlike some of the failures that showed up last year that he and I talked about. Masking. What about the air quality within the buildings themselves? Some of our buildings are old. There is no air conditioning in some of them. At least as far as I know, there aren't. How are these kids going to survive at 90 degrees? Are we going to cancel school with a mask on, 20 kids in a room? Are we going to mandate real masks, or are we going to mandate cloth masks, which you can blow a balloon up through a cloth mask? Means things are going through it, going through both ways. Science. We're talking about following science. Well, whose science do you believe? Do you believe Dr. Fauci when he said, don't wear a mask? Do you believe Dr. Fauci when he said, wear 2 masks? Do you believe the cigarette industry scientist who said for years there was no problems? Remember, science is not exact science, it's biased by whoever's saying what they're saying. The World Health Organization told us for a long time not to wear a mask, even after the US government said, yeah, we should. Just remember, whoever is giving you the science has their own agenda. You just have to look into all of it and do your own research. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think everybody that wanted to speak has already spoken once, so we can go back, cycle back to people who very quickly.
Can I have 30 seconds?
It was, Allison was waiting.
I would like to go first.
Okay.
First, I want to say that I'm a parent also. I have 4 adult kids. I understand. But I am also a grandparent of 7 kids. And it tore at my heart to hear well, only so many kids have died. That's my Sawyer, maybe. That's my Miles. These are kids that are important to all of us. The mental health of teachers is important. My greatest concern is not getting COVID. My greatest concern as a teacher is that I would give COVID to one of those kids that you people entrusted to me. That has been my greatest concern, or that I would give COVID to my elderly parents. That's my greatest concern. That impacts the mental health of not just me as a teacher, but other teachers. In my conversation with my doctor the other evening, who gave the oath, do no harm, we basically agreed that's the same for us as teachers. My job is to protect all of my kids, not just my grandkids that I love dearly, but all of my students. So I don't know what word I can use, whether it be beg, implore. Please consider option A, which for now seems to be the best. And when things get better, because they will, then we can move forward. Thank you for listening, and I really appreciate the hard work that you're doing. I've been a leader in other capacities. I wouldn't want your job for all the money in the world. Thank you, Madam Chair, Superintendent Langley, and every member of this board. Thank you.
Thank you. So the people that we're allowing to speak a second time are people that got cut off by the time limit. We're not going to just open it up for everyone to go a second time. So we're going to limit it to the people who are standing in line right now. And then we have a person online. Oh, he spoke in person earlier and now is online. So we'll allow those people, and we're not going to add any more after that. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. So to conclude my statement regarding the results of the educator survey, we had a comment section as well where we ensured people that they would stay anonymous with their comments, but we would represent them nonetheless, regardless of their opinion. There were quite a few comments, and we heard some tonight as well that discussed the discomfort of masking due to the building conditions and the temperatures. This is something that Superintendent Langlis and I have discussed a multiple amount of times. We have tried to troubleshoot, and it seems that there are not many options. Connors was fortunate enough to have community approval to have our own air conditioning. Other schools do not. They don't even have fans. Montello upstairs regularly gets to about 90 degrees, even when it's not 90 degrees outside. That's not okay, regardless of masks or not. Community members, if you'd like to donate fans, I'm sure our educators would certainly take those with open arms. Again, that is not a reason to say we should not protect our health because we're not in a healthy condition anyhow. Others mentioned concerns about mask alternatives. Those were mentioned. Shields, we had that as an accommodation last year for medical purposes. I would assume and hope that that would continue for both staff and for students alike. Many stated that they were not personally concerned about their own health, but they were concerned, however, about the health of high-risk family members within their households, colleagues, and also students within their care that they know are high risk. They do support masking due to that, not due to their own personal view, not due to their own children that are in their home. If that was all I came with tonight, I'm telling you, I would be like, we're done, rip it off, run, right? My kids are healthy, thank goodness. My youngest has a speech impediment due to hearing loss that he was born with. Would he benefit from not wearing a mask? Absolutely, but the time is not right now. We are making a sacrifice as a family to keep everyone, their friends' families safe. A lot of people recognize that. Another comment stated, let's get back to normal. We all want that. We all do, and it will happen, but now is not the time. Looking at statistics from last August when we stood here and had a conversation about putting school back a few weeks so that we could have the preparations that were necessary to go with the guidelines from the DOE. And the DOE is encouraging superintendents and school committees to follow the recommendations at this point. Please do correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe Pender Macon has made that statement. We had that conversation. The levels of community transmission at that time were lower than they are today. Please consider that. The levels of community transmission for children were much lower than they were at today. So again, I would love to jump on the bandwagon and say we're done, but we're not. So please consider that.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to finish real quick and tell people that I think it's absolutely ridiculous that we're here as adults arguing over one side or the other, because you're never, ever going to come to, like one said, one side's not going to swap to the other side. However, it's not, I mean, we live in America, right? It's a free country. Since when, in any history of the United States, anything, when has it been my concern? Because I hear a lot of, this is about keeping you safe. All right, that's cool. Well, I appreciate that. How many of you have went out to the bar or a restaurant with your family, a family gathering, a wedding, the beach, and had a drink, an alcoholic one, and got in the vehicle and drove? Did you care about my safety of my children then? No, you didn't. So for me, you can argue back and forth. I again, go back to the science. CDC says the vaccine's 95% or higher effective. If you want to take it, great. That should mean you're protected. And those people also probably wear masks, which means they should be protected because they're following their science, correct? So if they follow their science, they wear their mask and take their vaccine, they're 95% protected right off the rip from a virus that only kills at a 0.02%. 0.02% chance of death if you catch it. So why do I have to lay down as a parent and watch people I've never even met tell me how to father my children and what's best for my children's health over a virus that has a 0.02% chance of death? And I hear it all. The biggest argument is it's because you're keeping us safe. I do it to keep you safe, and I do it to keep you safe. We all sound like Oprah. Guess what? If I don't vaccinate, which I won't, and I get sick, that's my problem, right? Guess what? If I transmit that to anybody, you should, if you're concerned, probably have your mask on, which you say works so well, and your 95% vaccine rate of effectiveness should keep you safe. Safer, you've got a 5% chance of non-effectiveness on a vaccine for something that kills at a 0.02% rate of death. I see all these people, it's funny, I
30
see somebody
seconds
up,
remaining.
I see somebody up yelling about it's, oh, I care about everyone else's show. We do it for, the funny part is the people that are so worried about this, go to Walmart, Hannaford. They go to all these places and I've been yelled at for not wearing a mask. And I look in their cart and what do I see? Yellow number 5, aspartame, high fructose corn syrup. I see all these horrible, horrible ingredients that have been FDA approved. Aspartame, just so you know, is one of the deadliest, most carcinogenic
Time is up.
compounds there are, and it's grandfathered in by the FDA.
Thank you.
Three minutes?
Yes.
Thank you. So wrote a lot of notes as I was listening to the other ones. And so PPE, personal protective equipment. Personal doesn't protect the community. Personal protects the person wearing the equipment. I fit test thousands of people over the last 20 years, and I've never fit test anybody, whether it's a N95 or a paint spray respirator or whatever it is, to protect the person standing there. I'm protecting the individual wearing the PPE. That's why it's called PPE, whether it's a full garment, whatever you need for the environment you're working in to protect yourself from the chemicals that you're dealing with, you're protecting the person wearing that. And again, to switch back to this, it says here, if you're requiring your employees, you're mandating them to wear respiratory protection, there are laws. I hope we're willing to follow the laws here as a Lewiston School Department, right? And it's a simple online program. You can use the one I have, you can use whatever you have, but it can protect the teachers properly. They'll know what the limitations are, fit, form, and function of the product that they're wearing. They're going to be, so the whole thing is, I don't believe COVID flies through the air. It does if somebody sneezes or coughs or spits when they're talking. That's common practice how viruses travel. However, it only can travel in a water droplet, and it only has a finite life. It does not travel beyond whatever gravity lets it travel. Some are smaller, some are larger. Larger ones follow sooner, smaller ones fall farther away. So, well, a little passionate about this. So basically, if, say, I go into an establishment and I'm going to be monitoring for silica dust, styrene, whatever the chemical is, so I can, one, detect the chemical, how much, concentrations over a weighted average of time, so the individuals are going to be protected properly to do their job. Teachers, guys in the sand pit, whoever it is, guys working on fiberglass. So consequently, you're going to protect, you're going to be able to, with air sampling, right? You monitor, you get a static monitor,
30 seconds
monitoring the
remaining.
dust, whatever's traveling through the air. Give me one that does a virus. If you would think there's one that does a virus, that you can air sample for a virus, you would have one at every Hannaford, Walmart, gas station, wherever you're standing, there'd be a freaking COVID monitor, wouldn't there be? So when the alarm goes off, you put your mask on.
Thank you. We'll finish with the 2 online and then we'll close public comment.
Hi, I just want to say one more thing. For those who says that when, EL kids can express their feelings when they have express their facial expression when they wear a mask, I have to disagree on that. We gotta have them in school for 5 days a week with their mask on. For kids who are ELL, they can be also visual, auditory, and we can also use our visions to scaffold for them on the board. for them being allowed for 5 days a week, that would also teach them about social emotional, and they will keep their learnings going. So we'd rather have them be in person rather than being 2 days. When they're home, they're not learning. So again, I know I spoke this before. Let's go apart. Let's respect our teacher. Let's respect our school committees. Let's work together. This is real. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, just a sound check. This is Ed Jaywar.
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent, thank you. Ed Jaywar, Guggen Street, 3 kids in school, Lewiston School Department. I spoke earlier. Superintendent Langley, I trust that you've worked with the best and brightest that you could work with to come up with crafting this policy. I also trust that you've worked closely and done a close reading of the evidence and the information as it arises so that you can react in a timely way to propose the best policy to take us into the school year. The way that I think about this is, again, to reiterate what I said earlier, I'm really about having kids in school. And I like the idea of having kids in school and erring towards the side of safety versus having kids in school and erring towards the side of taking a greater risk. The concern that I have with any of these plans right off the bat is that we don't have a baseline of COVID in our community to know what we're looking at. To look at what the hospitals are dealing with is certainly, it's an indicator. To look at counties and county information, it's certainly an indicator. But it's nice to know what's in your backyard. And it would have been fantastic if we could have started the pool testing, let's say a week ago or 2 weeks ago, so that we get that local information, our backyard information in hand to then take a look at what we're dealing with. Now to pivot, since we don't have that information to make an immediate decision on, and since we're going to enter the school year with pool testing, thankfully, thank you to the committee for upvoting that. I think what we should do is use the proposal that you offered, which is based on the county or the municipal information, which is option A. I think we start with masks, as inconvenient as that is, and believe me, I think masks are lemons, if you will. But being in school and having social interactions in school is really the lemonade, to use that cliche. But I also think that once we're 2 or 3 weeks into testing and we have a real baseline and we know what's going on, we see the impact of COVID, which frankly is a different beast. I'm totally fine with allowing you and maybe an executive committee meeting to say, oh, you know what? We're no longer in a risk zone. Our backyard is safe, even though the county might not be as safe. And let's go to optional masking. I think we need to have some more information. I think the testing will give us that. That's why I'm so pleased that we're going to be testing. I hope we reach the 30% threshold. I think we will, based on the parents that I've talked to. Now, that being said, I'm also a little concerned that if you lead with option A, I'd like to stick with what you think is the best solution. I don't feel that I have the expertise, because I haven't had the conversations that you've had, to kind of edit or change what it is that you're doing.
Time is up.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. All right, we'll come back to the committee. Mr. Beaupont.
Thank you. I'd first of all like to thank the public, 40 of you plus in attendance and the 70 plus that have been online. You've given up 4 hours of your life plus that you'll never get back. But it shows again your consideration, your desire to delve in on this important stuff. I'd like to thank the speakers that came tonight for their passionate, logical, coherent, and scientific information that they presented on both sides. I think that's really important. I was very moved by some of the stories I heard. The young woman that lost a 29-year-old friend, the teacher who is immunocompromised and has some family members that are, and also on the other side, the woman that had to deal with an autistic son, and a mask just complicated things horribly. And the young woman that had her son with a birth defect, and again, with the hearing aid and the mask, it just made it terribly hard. if you listen carefully, I'll try to be brief, you're gonna hear a couple groans in the background. They're my two adult sons who obviously know more than I do. And they said, Dad, vote your conscience. Vote what you think is right, but fly under the radar. Don't put yourself in anybody's sights. You're gonna irritate, that's not the word they used, you're gonna irritate 50% of the population at least, and the other 50% are gonna support the issue, whatever. And, you know, they're probably rolling over wherever they are right now. So I'm gonna basically say why I cannot support Member Bowden's amendment, motion, and why I think we should support the original proposal by our superintendent, the A group there of mandatory masking. I'd first of all like to apologize to our members here because you've heard the story 3 times and you can repeat it probably better than I can. I'd like to apologize for the 30 members who have, 30 citizens rather, who have written me and I have written back to, both defending my point of view, supporting their point of view, but in the end, hoping that we can agree to disagree. I would like to see a little bit more civility here. As Rolling Stones, I think said, you can't always get to what you want. And that's what's going to happen in a democracy. But we've got to look for the greater good. So very quickly, again, until Member Jensen joined us, I was the only educator on the panel. Again, 6.5 decades, 43 years. Member Jensen actually has a tougher role because he deals with some of our disaffected students over the bridge, which again, takes a special person to do that. I was just an old high school teacher at Edward Little, occasionally having a few members of the public here. I, at least with, as I've said, the boots on the ground, suffered through COVID last year, as you all did in so many different ways, but pertinent ways to yourself and your families. I'm not terribly popular when I say, for me, so I can say it selfishly, it was a lost year. We lost students. Over the river, we combined a year class into a half year. Forget all the big things. I mean, you know, it just didn't work. And I honestly feel, ladies and gentlemen, whether you agree or disagree, that is totally your right, that wearing a mask is a small price to pay for a return to normalcy. The 5-day instruction for in-class instruction, and you have all given very cogent points. I understand, but that's who I am, what I do, how I roll on this issue. So I hope we can agree to disagree. I hope it can be respectful. I hope it can be civil. And again, I'm always willing to listen, and I've gained new information on both sides tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Potvin?
Oh, so much to go over. I think as we've listened tonight, you know, obviously we see both perspectives, and certainly I've jumped back and forth regarding certain issues and so forth. And the thing that stands out to me through doing my own studies, I didn't take anything for granted. I'm lucky enough to know some people down in other areas of the country that have some expertise. I'm not listening to local, I'm not listening to state, whatever. I wanted an outside perspective. So I'm doing my own research. And as I'm trying to come to a compromise with both sides, for those on the anti-maskers, I believe, you know, we've lived in a state that was considered one of the safest in the country last year during the peak of COVID. And I think that it's reasonable to hear your concerns that perhaps as we try to address a disease, a pandemic, maybe we overstepped. Maybe we went a little further than we should have. Maybe we shouldn't have taken New York steps to apply to Maine. And I think it's reasonable that you'd want some sort of freedom, that you want to get back to normal. My vote in the beginning of August was about that. My chief concern was getting the kids back to school and getting them back to normal. For those on the other side, since that vote, much has happened. Increases in cases, the type of cases, who those cases are affecting. When I have a dear friend down in Mass General tell me we don't know what the impact's going to be to these kids, that kind of throws a red flag at me. So trying to move forward, I appreciate Member Bowden's ability to push forward an agreement of compromise, that at least recognizing that we could be in a bad position. And if we do go into substantial or severe, that we do have a responsibility as a board for your children's health. We have a responsibility to provide a safe environment for education. That is part of what we do. And moving forward, I think this plan addresses that, in that if we have to, we can move into the mask piece if it gets to there. My concern's always been about the elementary. And I think that even in the elementary, we're in a position right now in this county where I'm not that nervous. I was always nervous about what could be. And I think this addresses what could be without putting over abundance of caution and putting people through more, and kind of taking a step away from getting those kids back into school, into a normal environment. So again, I thank Member Bowden for the motion. I second it. I urge the committee to move forward with this and accept it. I do have one question for the superintendent. When something changes in that spectrum from low to moderate into substantial into high, what does that trigger? How, let's say we do go into substantial, what are going to be those steps to address that?
I think it's any metric I can get. And it lands with the information that you just mentioned. It lands with the results from pooled testing that, again, we're going to need some time to get that off the ground. But once it's off the ground, we're going to have relative data that's in a 3-day window every week. Or once students are pooled, depending on when they test. To me, that's going to be a real relevant piece. But I think there could be other metrics as well. And some things that have popped up in the past, over the past year, that might have nudged me one way or another when we had to make those difficult decisions about a team. And by a team, I mean a school team. You know, this whole team's going to shut down. It had to do with, do we have the staffing levels we need to properly educate and supervise our kids? Do we have a youth travel team that has 10 positive kids on it that were in school on Monday, that we became aware of on Tuesday? And there's many other variables that can come up. And so to me, it's a bit of a blessing and a curse. This is some of the data. But the curse part is you have to assess everything you possibly can to rule out what you should or should not do and make the best decision available. It's not easy at times when I get on the phone and call a principal and say, your school's closing for 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, 14 days. We had to do that last year, but we used all the information we had available to us, and it was pretty live information. But it was kid and staff specific. And I think that that data that's the most relevant to our kids and our staff will take priority over other data sets that exist. I do think that with the scale that's available now, that wasn't available in early August, we didn't even know that was coming. It does give us some key indicators. So there's somebody else watching that data. I believe it updates on a pretty regular basis, if not daily, close to daily. And I'm not saying people should sit by the phone every night, but I think we should be keeping an eye on it on a multi-day window with local information and the state produced information, and make the best decisions we can.
So just so the public is clear, if there's a change in the spectrum, is it expected that you will make an administrative decision that masks need to be worn, or will it come back to us that we have to take that back up? Or is this motion going to be enough that we have something in place that will just happen?
I think depending on the final vote of what that motion and or amendments are, I would like to walk out of here with as much consensus from the committee as we can get. First. Second, I would like to have the autonomy to be agile in what I think are very fluid situations that change sometimes by the minute or hour. We've had days, there were days last year that principals called me or nurses called me, and I started looking through the tree of direction and the rules and following up. While I was on the phone, someone tried to call me and immediately hung up because I was on the phone and called Karen. And while she was on the phone, a different person called me again in the same set of minutes. I don't know if it will be like that this year, but I can tell you there were moments of time last year, and not just one or two, that we weren't dealing with one COVID case at a time. We were dealing with multiples, and sometimes multiples within multiple schools. And so I think what I'd like to have is the autonomy to be the one closest to the information, the conduit of information for our school leadership, our pool testing data, monitoring state and federal guidelines and what's available for data, and be able to make those decisions that, again, it's a burden to bear, but we need to have fluid enough ability to make those decisions to protect our kids and our staff.
Ms. Hawkins?
So there's been a lot tonight. I'm not used to having this many people speak to me at any point ever in my life, so just bear with me while I'm a little kerfuddled. I'll just say that. You know, Mr. Beauplant put forward a song lyric, and I'm one of those wonderful people that get stuck in my head and never go away. And one of the great parts about that lyric is that you can't always get what you want, but if you just try, you might get what you need. I think when we got you for a superintendent, we got what we needed. And I trust you because I've had conversations with you that aren't always fun and can be really unfun, honestly. I'm sorry, I'm a mom. I have 3 sons. It's a lot easier to get a kid to take something off than it is to get them to put it on. Whether it's shoes, a shirt, it doesn't matter. Sun lotion. For the love of God, how hard is it to put on suntan lotion? But they fight about it. It's a lot easier to say, you know, things are better, you can take it off now, than to say, well, kid, I'm sorry, things have gotten worse, you got to wear this thing you hate now. This is a fluid situation. Today could be horrible for COVID, tomorrow could be great. We don't know. But I'd rather go with protected and play a little safe than I am free. I'm sorry, free to what exactly? We stop at stoplights, we wear seat belts, we don't drink and drive, never have in my life, never will. I used to drive a school bus. There's a reason those bus seats are so high. Because trying to get 64 kids unbuckled in under 2 minutes before that bus blows, not gonna happen. Unless you're a miracle worker. There are reasons we make the decisions we do. Jake has given us a recommendation, and I trust that he did it for a reason. Would it be more fun to not wear a mask? Of course it would. Nobody enjoys this. My 20-year-old son has the worst case of maskne I've ever seen in my life. But he's learning to wash his face, and it's getting better. He's learning to step outside every time he's got a lunch break and breathe and take it off. Yeah, it's uncomfortable, but I'd rather be a little uncomfortable than know that my unwillingness to be uncomfortable meant somebody else possibly died or got sick. My mother is 68 years old and needing a nebulizer for the first time in her life after having COVID, and she was just in the back in the hospital last weekend with it again. It's not a joke. I know there are people here that think this is just, oh, it's not that bad. I'm sorry, my mother's 68. She shouldn't be needing a nebulizer at 68 years old, never having smoked in her life. But she does now. Yes, personal freedoms are great until your personal freedom puts somebody else in jeopardy. And then you have to carry that on your conscience. I don't want to. You might be comfortable with it. I'm glad you're capable of that. I'm not. I'm going to vote that we follow Jake's recommendation. I'm not voting for your amendment. I'm sorry. I'm going to listen to Jake because I trust him. And I trust that if something happens, he's going to, okay, we made this decision and send an email to the committee so we know what's happened. He did every time something happened last year without fail. I trust the superintendent that we hired. And I'm going to go with his recommendation.
Sorry, Dion.
Madam Chair, point of clarification.
Yes.
On the action that was brought forward, there was a proposal by the superintendent. No motion was made on his proposal.
They're not yet, no.
And therefore, Ms. Bowden making the motion creates not an amendment, but a motion specific to addressing the concerns brought forward. So I would just want to clarify that this is not voting on an amendment to A, but rather it is a separate action motion accepting option C.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Which is also the superintendent, another one of his recommendations, yes. Yes.
It's just for clarifications, just because it was shared as an amendment brought by Member Bowden, seconded by Member Potvin. Would you both agree that this is actually a motion to edit option C to have masking be family choice optional, and then we would revisit when things are substantial or high as partial indicators for when we would revisit? Again, while knowing that if I have other live data, I'm not sitting on it, waiting for the county numbers to shift. I would certainly act on the behalf of our students. And if I could.
I would say that's accurate. And I would also add that, you know, I'm completely comfortable with you making the call. You know, if something changes, I'm 100% comfortable with you being the one that makes that decision and puts the mass email and robocall out or whatever that says, you know, we're at this point now, so we're going to start masking out.
And just to that, I put it up on the screen so everybody can see it. I think I have this edit accurate, but this, with that conversation would be the motion that is currently on the table.
I'd also like to point out that this is one of the options that Superintendent Langlis has presented tonight. I think somebody, maybe it was Sarah, mentioned earlier that he wouldn't put forth something that he didn't have faith in. And so I think that voting for any of these options does not mean that we don't trust Jake. Obviously, we trust him. We trusted him 2 weeks ago when we voted in favor of his original recommendation. And I wouldn't say the people that voted against it at that time didn't trust him. They just had a different opinion. And so I think that no matter which way people vote tonight, it's not an indication that we don't trust our superintendent. We are voting for one of his three options, and we do support. We're not creating something completely different. We're supporting one of the things that he recommended. So I think we all trust him, I guess was my point. Member Majerus Collin.
So I want to first clarify that the option that's before us is not one of the three options that the superintendent put forward. This is a modified version that is not what the superintendent provided as an option, nor is it the one option that he made a point of recommending. But more to the point, I'm very confused because I keep hearing people talk about, you know, if we reach substantial transmission, but that's where we're at. Substantial transmission is the rate of transmission in Androscoggin County today. So I don't understand how we have members of this committee talking about if we get to something that we're at today. So I'm looking at the CDC website
Yes, it
right
changed
here.
a couple hours ago. This
Looking
morning
at
it was at
right here.
moderate and it's now at substantial.
So,
Thank you. We've got this.
so
Thank you.
could we please have civility in the room? I mean, we had to listen to a lot of that. Anyways, so that's that's something that's really confusing to me because we're about to vote to have optional masking unless we're at substantial transmission, but we're at substantial transmission. And more to the point, most of the counties in Maine are at high transmission. So I'm having trouble with that. And I'm having trouble reconciling this proposal with some of the concerns that members of this committee have raised around children who are too young to be vaccinated. Because this would send kids into the elementary schools without masks. I think that our priority tonight has to be safety, sending kids back to school, and keeping kids in school, because sending them back isn't enough. There's a school district up in Aroostook County that has already started their year, and 3 days into it, they had to go remote. If Lewiston wants to have 5-day-a-week in-person education, as I think everyone in this room wants us to have, then we have to take the approach that is likely to allow us to continue to do that. There's another element of this that I didn't hear anyone raise tonight, but is a serious concern, and that is the district's potential liability if we don't follow CDC recommendations. We are making an intentional choice tonight. And when determining liability, intentionality matters. It's one thing if, through no fault of our own, someone slips and falls in some ice outside of a school. We have potential exposure there, but it's limited because we didn't make a choice to put ice on the sidewalk. We didn't do things to prevent that from happening, but we didn't make a choice to do that. But if we make a choice to let people come back to school in the middle of a pandemic, unvaccinated and without masks, we're making an intentional choice. We open ourselves up to a civil rights lawsuit on the basis of students who are too young to be vaccinated and students and staff members who have immune issues that makes it difficult for them to be vaccinated or difficult for the vaccines to be effective. We're opening ourselves up to a massive class action lawsuit there. And that is provided that nothing actually goes wrong. If we have a student go to the hospital, if we have a student die, this could be millions or tens of millions of dollars for the school district, and our liability insurance is not going to pay for it. We're making an intentional choice tonight. It's on the district now. I desperately want my colleagues to support what the superintendent has recommended tonight, and to listen to the voices of so many teachers that we've heard over the last 4 hours. And I know that folks in this committee are familiar with my passion and support for COVID safety measures. I am concerned for pragmatic reasons. I am concerned for financial reasons. But at the end of the day, I am most concerned for personal and moral reasons, because I don't know, and I hope that none of you fall into this same boat, but I don't know if anyone in this committee has lost a family member to this disease, but I have. And I just want us to do everything we can to make sure that other families don't have that experience. We have been so lucky that we have been spared the kind of agony that some parts of this country have seen. But there still has been death and destruction in our state, in our county, in our community. And we have a chance to prevent just a little bit more of that. And so I am asking you all to vote no on this motion and to support the superintendent's recommendation to save other families from losing someone to this disease.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I just want to say, I apologize to anyone who sent an email about this subject. I didn't respond to a single email, between orientation and getting my new classroom ready. I just have not had time, but I have read every single word of every email presented, including all the, attached documents. So do want to make that clear. I guess there's a lot of passion in here. I'll take passion over apathy any day. Honestly, I'd rather you guys here being angry at each other than at home not caring at all. Hate to say it. I know it's tough, but, we're gonna make the decision here and we're gonna have to go with it. And you guys can not be happy and email us some more, but we have to make a decision tonight. And I can tell you after serving in public office for almost 5 years now, it's absolutely miserable. It's not fun. It's just not. There's so many sacrifices you have to make. And like, I'm already looking at the clock and like my morning shot, I'm probably gonna make it into the school a few hours later than I wanted. It's okay. Things like that. But I appreciate everybody being here and sharing their thoughts. And again, passion way better than apathy. So, there are a lot of good points to both sides. And I want to make it clear that it's important to keep the debate objective, take out subjectivity as much as possible. Kind of speaking to both sides, I'll be perfectly honest. I can be very honest because I'm not running for re-election. I do not appreciate the emotional arguments made because it's not going to sway my opinion one way or another. We've all had a lot of sacrifices in the last year. We've all lost a lot. I know it's awful, but both sides using the emotional appeal has not had much of an effect on me. I'll be perfectly honest. I consider myself an empath too, but when I'm in this role, I need to make an objective decision because it's for the children. And so I think going forward, we need to focus more on the objective facts behind everything. So, and I think both sides honestly have some good points and we really have to acknowledge that. As a city councilor, I've been on this committee before as a Ward 5 representative. As a city councilor, I also have to take in the fact that like our number one priority is the kids. That's our number one constituent at all times, priority. We do have other constituent stuff after that who elect us. But part of my being here is to make sure that city council and citywide concerns are brought forward to the school committee and that those are being addressed. And so I do kind of have that perspective too. And I can think of the city council. We had a lot of conversations. We had the citywide emergency. There are times where we thought we may have to use the Colisee to store bodies. It really got to that point. And so we think of like what we have in the city, the emergency services available, have to consider what's going on with the hospitals too. So that does play into the decision that, I'm going to make tonight and how I approach it, not just this issue, but any COVID related issue in the city. It's a lot of responsibility. It's not fun. I do want to say that I absolutely resent the state government for going out of the state of emergency and then putting school boards in this position where we have to make the decision. I absolutely resent the state for doing that because if they should have made a statewide decision and then leave it there. And we're not even in a state of emergency. So to make the argument that everything is awful right now when the state won't even put itself into a state of emergency, I don't think all the blame should be addressed at us. You guys should be writing your state legislators. So I do want to point that out. I do absolutely find it kind of silly that the state took off the state of emergency if this is such a serious issue. Mental health has been impacted. Masks do have their flaws too, and it's difficult to enforce them. I can tell you last year working in an elementary school, it's not easy. Working as a special education teacher, it's not easy too. If you work with a child with, oppositional defiant disorder, and they're, having an issue over the mask, if they refuse to wear the mask, could they be in trouble? Is it a manifestation of their disability? It's something, honestly, I don't know. And so enforcing mask mandates, I can tell you, even at recess duty, it's not fun. It's a constant repetitive. Some of the kids are big and the masks fall off. It's not as simple as just kids can wear the mask. It's not fun as a staff member. So it does come with a lot of, extra work that I have to do, unfortunately. Masks, yeah, they are flawed, but you can't say they don't help. You can argue how much they help, but they help some, and you can't argue against that. And so if they help some at the level that they are helping, is that enough to have an effect in the schools? COVID has not been out long enough. I don't think for anybody to make that decision or come to the conclusion on that. So I don't think we're going to get the answer on that. And I know with COVID, it's not just about the deaths, but about like long-term health effects. I have a friend who got it, who used to jog all the time. She's very healthy and she just, a lot of cardiovascular issues after that. I know some kids have gotten that too. So I do want to consider that in the argument as well here. That, it's not just about the deaths itself. And I know with the freedom too, freedom is a very important part of our culture in America. It's not something that I want to lose. It's something that makes us a great country. But, rights and responsibilities go together. Yeah, you don't have to be a part of society if you don't want to, but if you do want to be a part of society and get public school in the second biggest city in Maine, you've got to accept that there are some responsibilities that come with it. In World War II, we made sacrifices. There was, there've been drafts in the country. There've been limiting the resources you can use. We made sacrifices in this country before over tough times. So I think, I consider myself a contractarian where, we don't necessarily have like rights implanted on us. We kind of decide rights. Like murder is not just bad because it's told to us it's bad. It's because if murder was legal, we wouldn't have any functioning society. So therefore it has to be. So if we kind of look at it that way, I get the freedom argument. I don't want to argue against it though, because I get that there are slippery slopes. I have very little faith in the federal government as well as the state government. I flat out don't trust them. And they haven't earned, my trust. In the 30 years of my life, they've been very, very corrupt, I think, at both levels. And so it's hard to trust those institutions after the decades of just mismanagement and corruption and pushing these false ideologies that people don't really want. So I completely get if we don't trust these organizations. I completely get that. The government that's telling you to trust it has not done a good job of building, keeping that trust. So I completely get the distrust in some institutions here. Let's see. So to me, I can tell you as a teacher too, I have my own, pretty deep thoughts about what my own district is doing. To me, the imperative and the lessons that I got from last year should be not losing as much in-person time as possible. That should be our goal. How do we keep in-person instruction as much as we possibly can? That's kind of the imperative for me that I'm looking at here. So I think of last school year, what was the big thing? Parents were mad that their kids were only going 2 days a week. They wanted them back at more. It's very disruptive to life. And so to me, that should be the most important thing. And that's kind of how I'm leading my train of thought here is how can we make sure that we don't lose in-person time or keep the most of it as possible? And I can tell you from a teacher perspective, I spent 2/3 of the last school year teaching remotely. I had to go to the school because I had duties and stuff to do too, but I taught from there to remote students. It is not. I mean, it's difficult teaching remote. You don't have the training for it. Even veteran teachers, you don't really know what you're doing. You have to deal with a technology that doesn't work. You have to rely on parents and guardians being there and actually, making sure the kid is doing it. Because if a kid falls asleep, that's not my responsibility as a teacher. I'm not their parent. Their parent's home with them. And so it's extremely difficult too. And plus, if I'm a teacher and my job depends on my test scores for my students, they're not there. The test scores are going to go down. And so I'm going to take a hit for that. So as a teacher, my own job's on the line sometimes if, looking at remote. And I know some teachers that didn't get their contracts renewed, and I have a feeling the remote teaching played a part of it. So remote teaching is awful. There's a lot of extra work that's placed on it. There's a lot of extra communication that has to be done. Teachers are already time strapped in a regular year. Adding the remote burden to it is just not something that is something that should happen. Any changes, any big changes at a school level require a lot of time and planning, usually weeks. And so a lot of last school year seemed to be changes happen on like a Friday, and then you have to implement them on Monday. And so teachers need time to prepare. We really do. And so, I mean, if it came down to like, to doing any kind of remote learning, I would hope the district would prioritize the mental health of our teachers and staff members over, parental desires to get the kids, with the level of rigor that they need. I feel like we could have done a better job at that. Say every school district could have, honestly, in the country. But if that happens, I hope we take that approach. To kind of wrap this up, to me, it really comes down to the moderate transmission level with a mask or no mask. I mean, if it's above moderate, you should have a mask. You should have a mask. I don't think that's up for debate to me. But if you're at a moderate level, low level, I'm okay with not wearing a mask. Even like a setup like this, I'm spaced out well enough. I'm comfortable like this. In a crowded classroom with my 16 kids are going to be in there, I'm not comfortable. I'm just not. So to me, like with a low level, everything's good. Happy with that. Moderate to where I get nervous. And so that's where my decision is kind of coming in tonight, is with a moderate level, should we have masks or not? Which side do we fall on? So I want to support our superintendent. He's a consummate professional. He probably has more experience in the school district than all of us experience in the school board combined. So I truly trust you, Superintendent Langlis. I trust that you're going to look at the numbers. You're going to do what you need to do. You'll update us as need be. I appreciate you giving us the opportunity to give direction on this. And so where I'm at, I do not support the motion on the table. I think we should go with option A. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I truly love having Mr. Jensen back on the school board. I've missed you for the last year and a half. You're always very insightful and well-spoken, so thank you. But I want to agree with the emotional, the piece where people bring their emotions to the table. It doesn't, I mean, we have to have hard shells when we have these positions, unfortunately. So I just want to say that, to be honest, I'm comfortable with any decision that this board makes. And the reason why I'm so comfortable with whatever we decide is because of the pooled testing. That's going to make me, and I'm hoping a lot of the families, feel better about their children being around other children. And so I think if we're constantly testing every week, you kind of know where you're at, you know where your class is at. So let's just go ahead and do the vote and be comfortable with it. And when things change, Mr. Langless can do what he needs to do.
Are you interested in speaking? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just wondering if Member Bowden would be open to the idea of just adding onto the motion, the idea of asking administration to make sure that all classrooms are adequately ventilated with equipment necessary, be it fans, air condition. With $21 million in funding from the federal, I don't understand why that's not happening in our classrooms. So I'd like to add that.
Yeah, I'm totally fine. I mean, I don't know if that's something that you have in the budget to do, but I mean.
To air condition our district? Is that?
Oh, fans?
No, that I gotta believe that the intention of COVID funds and in terms of ventilating, you know, I know the part about the hardware, about in terms of the HVAC systems and all that. But I gotta believe that if we provide adequate ventilating, be it fans, air, AC, local AC, you know, in areas that would take it. I'm not talking a big HVAC units. I'm talking about comfort pieces that, you know, with the COVID being what it is, you know, the idea that kids are going to sit in I won't go 90, but sit in an 80-degree classroom with minimal ventilating air when we could have some fans going. I got to believe there's got to be something in there somewhere in those fundings that will allow for that kind of expenditure.
So this could be a much bigger discussion, but I think part of the concern that has been brought up is about how hot the rooms get. And while I can appreciate that, I don't know if that's a COVID specific issue connected to reopening schools. We have worked with Siemens. We have $10 million planned, contractors signed up. It takes time to do some of the big pieces of equipment that you're talking about. As far as smaller pieces of equipment, like a window air conditioning unit, things of that nature, it's my understanding from our district and facilities assessment that for our district electrician, that our buildings won't hold the energy that draws. Our systems are not built for multiple classrooms to have window units in most of our facilities. So that's not something we can just enact. Ceiling fans require, again, contractor services, running things, hanging things. So those are some things that we can look into, but it won't be by the start of school as part of this reopening plan.
What about box fans? At least there's air moving. Can we
Yeah.
at least start with that?
Even the simplest of forms. I mean, you know, it's just, we heard quite readily from a lot of people of the conditions of the classrooms. And having been in the classroom last year on multiple occasions, I was having a difficult time with it, and I didn't understand how kids could go through it. So I think that, you know, and when we're talking about COVID, we're talking about close contact. We got 24 kids in the classroom. You know, I think a fan would be adequate to be, for starters, you know, besides what we're upgrading on our HVACs. And I just think that that's an area that I can't grasp that we don't have the ability to let these people at least have some sort of comfort in these classrooms. If we're gonna do this, we're gonna bring these kids back to school, we're gonna let them be there without masks, yeah, then we gotta have something, you know? And I guess I would, I don't know, you know, I don't want to screw things up by mandating it, but, you know, I would like you to take a look at it and I don't know how I could word it in terms of this motion. Requesting the administration to review adequate ventilation in each classroom. I'll add that.
So the ventilation piece is one part of the conversation, which we did work on last year and have numerous, again, multiple millions of dollars coming through, invested in that. We have already submitted our plans. They have been approved, and for substantially for spending in the areas of which we wrote up to approve. I'll be honest, I'm not saying we can't make some efforts to get fans in classrooms connected to heat. I don't know, because I haven't researched it, not lately anyway. I know there was mixed feelings last year, but whether a fan helped or didn't help areas that had, COVID concerns. But if we're just talking about comfort, to me, I think it's something we can explore, but I personally don't think it's part of this reopening of school recommendation, because it's not about the public health concern. Again, I'm not saying it's.
I would just say if you could look at it, let's address it. I don't have to put it in a motion, but let's address it. You know, I think it's common sense.
And there's lots and lots of people that have put fans in their classrooms and whatnot. So I'll look into see what we can conjure up.
Seeing no one else interested in speaking on the committee, I'll just briefly say I agree with pretty much everything that everyone has said tonight on both sides. I think that the information that we have changes from day to day, sometimes minute to minute. 2 weeks ago, we were in substantial. Last week, we were moderate. While we've been sitting here, we switched back to substantial. It changes frequently. All of the information since COVID began has changed very rapidly, which is why we need some level of autonomy for the superintendent to make changes as needed. With public input, the emails we've received, the conversations I've had with teachers, parents in our community, it's roughly split 50-50. In some demographics, it weighs a little bit more one way, and in other demographics, it weighs a little bit more the other way. Personally, I believe in masking. I believe in vaccinations. I believe in all of those things, but I don't necessarily believe in me making the choice for somebody else. I feel that Ms. Bowden's proposal modification that she made tonight splits the community transmission scale kind of down the middle. And it's an appropriate and practical compromise that meets the needs of both sides to some extent. It provides parents, students, and teachers who do not want to wear masks that option when the risk level is low. And it provides the safety of masking when the risk levels are higher. And so I will be supporting that, even though I previously have said multiple times that I do not support any kind of mandatory masking just for the sake of personal autonomy, parental rights to make decisions for their children. I think that this is the best compromise to meet the majority of people's wants and needs. And if there's no further comments, we will start with Ward 7 for the vote.
No.
City Council?
No.
Yes. Ward 1?
No.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
No.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
No.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion fails 4-5.
Member Majoris Collins?
I move that we adopt superintendent's plan option A.
I will second.
Any further discussion? Say that again.
You want to repeat that motion so everybody knows what it is?
I shared it up on the screen, but option A is mask wearing required at all schools during school hours determined by the level of community transmission being moderate, substantial, or high. With that caveat of decisions being made using information if we are considered low, and other inputs that may exist.
Any other discussion? Ward 7,
Yes.
City Council.
Yes.
No. Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
No.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
No.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6.
No.
Motion passes 5-4.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Ward 7,
I'm sorry, yes.
City Council.
Yes.
Yes. Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6.
Yes.
Meeting is adjourned at, I can't see the time on my screen right now. Thank you.